Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
We are in the air, live from the Phoenix at 120th and Blondo for the 1620 the golf tournament after party. And wow, look at that damn glow.
Yeah. Your cameraman, it's always so bright and shiny.
It loves my brightness.
Uh-huh.
It's the glow that I have in my aura. But we are here at the Phoenix. This is going to be a fun day today. It has already been a great day of golf. Just about everybody is here. Yeah, I don't think cleaning that's going to help a whole. Oh, actually, it helped a little.
Have you never thought to clean off the camera before?
I occasionally lick it, you know.
Yeah.
Occasionally I just get up there and go, like
nice.
that.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
But
Look at all these red shirts.
we got
It's like an episode of Star Trek right now, John.
Oh God, we're
Which
all
of
going
us are going to get taken out first?
all of us.
Uh-huh.
All of us. We're all going down.
Yep.
But welcome. McMaster's going to join us here in a little. Well, I don't know if he can. We only have a couple of headsets.
Well,
or do we have an extra?
We have an extra one right here, so
Okay.
he will be able to join us. So the crossover will roll on. But right now, my guess is he's glad-handing. He's probably at the golf course saying, "Hey, thanks for coming out. We had so much fun. It was a really good time. We should do this again next year."
Judging though by the amount of golfers that are already here, it seems like they've already made it over here. So we got through the thing pretty quick today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Seriously,
Beat
when I
the
got
rain.
here, I was walking in. I got here probably a half hour ago, maybe a little longer, and I was like, "It's a lot of golf polos." Now I know that when you on a Friday, most of the like a real job, you're allowed to dress comfortably on a Friday.
Right.
But I walked in and there was a lot of golf hats, and I saw a lot of sunglasses.
Many golf
on hats.
hats.
And then I was like, okay, the after party has absolutely begun, which is nice because there was a little dark cloud on my drive over. I'm like, man, it would really suck to get to the 18th hole. And everyone's like, all right, well, I guess we're not doing this one. So
Apparently,
everything seems good.
But we made it through okay. Everyone
Yep.
had a great time. And, kudos to the Phoenix.
Oh, my gosh.
Man,
awesome.
they came up big time.
Yeah.
With there's like two huge trays of wings over there.
Yep.
Pizza. And, of course, everyone's got their drink tickets. And if you want to join us, come on out and say hi. We're here at the Phoenix at 120th and Blondo for the entirety of the Grum today. But from all indications, things went well today for our inaugural 1620 the golf tournament. So can't thank everybody enough. Of course, everybody here at the Phoenix, quality brands, Langfeld overhead door, the tee box, designed for why am I thanking Usher Media Group? That's
us. Thank you to us.
Thank you to us.
Nice.
Is that how that works?
Give ourselves a shout out and a high five.
Broncos and Fernando's, IBEW,
Ooh.
Lindley Clothing, Early Bird. I hear the breakfast burritos were amazing today.
Yeah, seriously, they wouldn't stop talking about them on the show this morning.
And the Jet Foundation.
Yeah, I saw that. Their table is right up here at the front. I can see those guys because I walked in. Where's Johnny?
Oh, really? How were you able to tell those guys?
Because I saw the photo of them earlier today,
Oh, I
John.
see. Oh, okay.
I saw the photo of them earlier today, John.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
You monster. You absolute monster. Hey, it's Matt McMaster.
And McMaster's
Another
made it
red
over.
polo man. is
Another
in
red
the building.
polo has made the building.
Uh-huh.
The speakers though aren't working, are they?
Not
We're
yet.
not. We're not broadcasting to the universe.
Nick will figure it
in
out.
here.
Nick will figure it out.
He's trying. He's trying to
fine.
figure it out.
It's fine.
That's all right. We're broadcasting to you, the people.
What, you can't hear us? Oh, here we go. Let's see. Try now, Matt. Okay, well, I can't hear you. Can you hear Matt? John?
No.
I can't hear you.
Is his even plugged in?
Well, is that this one, Nick? Yeah, it's plugged in. Is 3 not working? Well, let's try it in 4.
3 is not working.
All right, well, we'll try it in 4. What, Nick?
Of course, it would be us.
Yeah.
It would be us.
Here, I'll let Nick do it.
Are you there?
I'm realizing we didn't ever test this mic. You know, we've got all the other ones set
Everyone
up.
I like this Comrex thing. I hate it.
Dude, thank you, John. Oh, Matt, talk.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
1, 2.
There he is.
Hi, Matt.
What's up, brother? What's up, brother? We're all here. I'm
Here,
having a great time.
Just like we got lots of drinks over here. So
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not spill the
Hey,
drinks.
let's make this crossover quick and sexy, boys, just like me. I run a 4.540, and I'm a good-looking man.
Is that
all right?
true? Which part of that's
Have
true?
you been drinking already?
No. I'm just having a good time.
Do
I'm
we want to
trying
talk about Matt wearing pants and a long sleeve shirt today when he first arrived?
Hey, you like my fit, John? You like my white pants? My
Yeah,
white pants.
I mean, okay, if you want to wear pants, you wear pants. Even though it's a warm day, you should be wearing shorts. The fact that you're wearing white pants,
Look,
be a little
that's my guy,
dangerous.
Josh Haney, right there. Do you know what Josh Haney taught me?
What did he
Josh
teach you?
Haney taught me to fire the hips, all right, for all you golfers out there.
Yeah.
You come through, you don't want to be over the ball.
No,
You're
you
over the
don't.
ball, trouble,
It's going
bad
that-
things
it's
happen.
going that way.
Here's what you do. You ready? This
Yeah,
is John. We got in the
I'm
sports box.
I'm
We got in
watching
the
this,
sports
yes.
box.
Yeah.
And listen, fire the hips. That's
Yeah.
what Corey says. You got to fire them. You got
Doug and I know someone scheduled these guys some Ubers.
Might need it.
I'm
Might
trying
need
to
it
be.
today.
I'm overly happy right now. I'm just trying to keep the vibes up. You know, this is a day where we're all moving things. All the equipment's got to go everywhere. The speakers got to work. This and that. I'm just keeping the vibes high. I'm
Yeah.
just here. I want to keep the vibes high. Keep the vibes
I
good,
feel like
baby.
the crash tonight for Matt is going to be
Oh, it's good.
exquisite.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
We're
driving.
talking like 15-car pileup.
So you're driving
on I-80.
home.
I'm driving home.
Then you're going to Uber back out
Yeah.
here. That is some. I mean, that's safe behavior is what it is.
That's no, a million
It's very
percent safe.
safe
I'm not doing anything other than that. I wanted to take an Uber to the course today.
Why didn't you?
It was way too expensive.
Oh, really?
Like, dude, trying
Uber
to get
in Omaha.
trying to get a
Wait, won't you have
Uber.
the same problem now?
No, because I'm trying to Uber at like 7:15 in the morning
When
during
people
rush
are
hour
Ubering.
traffic
I
and
see,
like
I
all
see.
of that type of stuff. It won't be a problem now because the Ubers are out a little bit. Like people are
Sure.
getting ready. Like it's not as rush houry right now. So if I go back home, I'm going to take like 10 minutes at home and I'm coming right back. So I'll be back like depending on when we get off, about 2:45, 3 o'clock. Going to party it up here with my people at the Phoenix. That's my group over there. We got Swarty, we got Owen, we got Corey,
Swarty.
we got
They're
Mark over
watching us
there.
on their phones.
I see
We
that.
got
like
Mark's
and
right
subscribe,
there.
please. Like and
Mark's
subscribe.
my
like
guy.
and
Then
subscribe.
these are the
Turn on the
T-Box.
supers, Nick. Let's get
This
some supers.
this is my T-Box group over here. We
Yeah.
got Josh, we got Justin, we got some great dudes. We got a lot of Matt McMaster people here. So I'm very happy. I want to drink with my people. I want to party with my people. I want to meet new people. I want to have a good time.
a lot of new people to meet.
A lot of new people to
You want
meet.
to give out awards? It sounds like there's some awards to give out.
Yeah,
People
so
want some prizes.
it's going to be great.
What was the low score today? Do you know?
I don't know yet. I do know that Johnny the Jet Rogers' group was killing it.
Oh,
They
really?
were-
Oh, really?
yeah, they were. Apparently, Tony Veland came to play, is what I've been told.
Did Johnny bring some ringers?
I
Is that what
believe he
happened?
did bring some rings.
Isn't it
Oh,
amazing
yeah.
that the guys who go to the NFL are also good at all the other stuff too?
Well, they're
Why
insane
can't
athletes.
I be good at like the one thing?
Hey,
It's like you were already in the pros. Why are you good at golf too? Share the love, Tony.
if Alex Sindelar had any chutzpah, he'd get up on this microphone and tell you guys how I saved him on the 7th hole
Yeah.
with a 255-yard tee shot right down.
Oh,
the
yeah.
middle.
I did get an email from your friend John who wrote, Matt hit a tee shot this morning that didn't go 265 yards, but it won't be included in his average because he didn't get a hold of it and it hit a tree. We know those don't count.
How does he know that?
Well, they talked about it on the show today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they talked
It
about
did bounce off the tree, but it went right in the fairway is what happened.
Hey, there you
Oh,
go.
that's not you.
Like
Played the
fairway and
ricochet.
regulation.
It's called a members
Or fairway
bounce,
hit.
boys. It's called a members bounce.
God, we
Hey,
do love
as long
that.
as it bounces the right way, you're fine.
Also, there was a comment, Matt, from Alex and Lincoln. Sorry, McMaster, got a guest at 250. I like how this is now
Sorry,
a new bit.
McMaster. Got to guess at 220.
No, I mean,
Even when we don't have a 250 guest now, that's a funny
That's gonna
little
be
joke.
the thing. That's
There's
gonna be
produced.
That's gonna be
Produced.
the out.
Oh, look at that. Drink tickets.
More tickets.
Oh, hey, that's my dad.
Oh,
I was
wow.
having lunch with my dad.
Oh, great. That's
couple of weeks.
awesome. Let me
Good.
look
You
at
can
these.
you
Great.
can tell him
That's
how
awesome.
degenerate his son is.
Degenerate. I gave him to him.
Hey, don't say that word.
Yeah, that's a bad word,
That's
John.
a bad word.
That's a bad
to be
word, John.
said.
Shout out to
Don't
that
say
guy.
The D word.
Look at that, hanging out
So
with my father.
we're on the speaker now. I think everybody can hear us because they're looking at us when I talk.
Can
is
they
that
hear
not-
us now, Nick?
No, they can't.
You're probably loud, is what you are.
Hey,
Yeah, you are loud.
you were talking about the Star Trek polos?
Yeah.
Nick's going, I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. The Enterprise can only go farther. Our speakers can only be so loud in the Phoenix.
I'm
giving her all she's got.
Chris says Matt is hammered. Yeah,
I think he is.
The listeners are doubting how much alcohol he has had.
I agree.
Okay.
All right, we'll turn him down a little bit, Nick. We'll turn him down.
Maybe you should produce that.
Produced.
I
did it. I'm an old
Well,
school
hey,
producer.
we need Happer. Happer needs to come over here.
Yeah.
He'll make sure we're
the
produced.
finest producer in the building.
That's
Connor
right.
Happer.
Yeah, he
Where is
found.
Happer?
He's over there at the bar.
Oh,
He is
bless.
hobnobbing
They call
at
me
the bar.
hobnobber.
Happer is very good at hobnobbing.
Yes,
He is.
Yeah, if you
much
were to
better
do-
than I am.
Yeah, if you were to do a power rankings of zone hosts that are good at hobnobbing, I think Happer would be number 1 with a bullet.
Yeah,
Wow.
I would agree.
I'm insulted.
I would be last
You're top
with
3.
a bullet.
Yeah,
I
think I'm
am.
4th.
I don't know. Me and Happer, it's a duel for hobnobbing. There's my guy Terry right there. Look at Terry.
I think he's better at it.
I mean,
than
you just pointing people out and just saying names. How do
Terry,
how do we-
David,
how do
It's
we
Michael
over
Severe.
there, Mary.
How
Hey,
do we-
Mary.
How do we even know?
Hey.
How do we even know if you're just saying their names or just randomly
She just
saying
waved back
names?
at me. That's my
Hey,
girl Mary.
there's Herm. Hey, there's Frank. Hey, there's Horace.
Doug in Idaho says, "Remember when Matt was muted?" And then your producer Odson says, "Matt trying to blow out
Great
our
point.
mics
Maybe
today."
you
Great
should
point.
set the volume at the proper.
Produced.
I can't tell.
Yeah,
It's hard to tell from where we're sitting,
Yeah.
what exactly you're doing.
I turned it down a little bit though. We're fine.
Yeah, we're good
Yeah.
for now. I'm sure he'll blow it out in
Odson,
little
what a
bit.
crossover for the listeners. Matt just says hi to people in the room.
Yeah, he's just
all right,
shouting
come up
out
with a
people.
topic, radio guys. I'm sorry.
What do you think of the new Monday Night Scorebug?
I don't care. It's like jerseys.
Okay, there you
I
go.
mean, as long as you could give me
I don't notice scorebugs.
how much time is on the clock, what the score is, and how many timeouts there are, and when the flag is thrown.
I did
don't
notice
care
that
how it
every
looks.
score bug now is like TikTok friendly because it's
Oh.
all scrunched in the middle of the screen.
That's a great point because then when they do their
I
vertical
hate
videos,
that.
yeah. I was watching a random old football game on YouTube earlier this summer, and it was the Sunday Night Football scorebug from like 2009. That thing was sharp.
I
man.
kind of miss the score bugs in the corner of the screen.
Well, this one was all the way across,
No, I know,
but
I'm
the
missing
little
'cause
floaters.
that's what the baseball usually uses, the ones in the middle of the screen.
That's true.
It's Michael Severe.
Michael Severe.
He is not the reason why the Jet team won today.
You're not the.
Okay. No, but look. They crossed out the Johnny Rogers career and then they put in the Jet Foundation. So it's the Johnny Rogers Career Technical Scholarship.
Love you, Michael.
Hey,
He has the shirt
He
on.
does have the shirt.
he does have the shirt
Actually,
on.
let's go take a photo of that shirt so then we will have the.
And then,
By the way,
we should
kudos-
cross it out and put the
Kudos.
Jet
We
award.
talk about hobnobbers. Kudos to Severe for being out on the golf course all day
Yeah,
I
he
saw-
was.
with the Johnny Rogers Career Technical Scholarship Fund.
Do not put it on the internet that
not
it's the
put it
Jet
on the
Award Foundation,
internet.
John.
No, it's not.
Don't do it.
It's the Johnny Rogers Career Technical Scholarship Fund.
That's awesome. You know, he went to Tech High back in the day, and now it's the.
Now it's the OPS headquarters.
Yeah, that's where I had broadcasting class for 3 years in
Wow.
high school. Pretty cool. All right, so you didn't like the scorebug topic. Let's see if we can come up with another one. Best.
Hey, how about we talk about judges making rulings? How's that
Oh,
sound?
no, that's a real topic, John. We don't want to do that.
Oh,
with
yeah,
Matt.
we
Is
probably don't.
Charlotte related to Sydney? Because if they are, I might be more on Charlotte's side.
What?
Charlotte Sweeney, the judge who made the ruling in
Oh.
in Colorado.
What? oh, good. That's it. Yes.
The new enemy.
Yes.
Did you
Exactly.
not? Charlotte Sweeney, the honorable judge who made this ruling.
Oh, is
in
that what?
Colorado.
I didn't
That's her
read
name,
that. I didn't-
Charlotte Sweeney.
That's the original ruling.
So it's a the ruling in Colorado is a class action lawsuit.
Sure.
All of the other rulings are temporary restraining orders and
I hate
injunctions.
this.
And so the difference is that the class action lawsuit is a blanket. If the class action lawsuit is allowed, then everybody's good.
Then everybody's good.
But if that is not good, which it's not now, there's currently a
Correct.
stay. There will be an
Then you-
appeal later.
then you have to
Then
have
you have to have a
the
TRO.
TRO.
But even though there was a TRO that was blocked in Ohio, so if you're an Ohio athlete, a part of that, you're screwed because the blankets are gone and your TRO is on pause.
Hate it when the blankets are gone, and I'm a little
So,
chilly.
Let's say for Fred King, if Kentucky's got blocked, Fred couldn't go.
By the way, I just saw a text message from our dear friend Pedro that says, "Hi guys. Connor's hobnobbing will result with at least 3 more different jobs." That's true. I think Happer just picked up another side gig.
He probably
Another
will.
side gig has hit the Happer. We love side gigs in radio.
I hope they don't run out of food by the time I get
Oh,
home.
no.
we can
There's
say-
a ton of
We
wings
can
over
say
there.
goodbye. Go get some food. We'll be
There's
totally
a ton of
fine.
wings
We're
over
totally
there.
fine. We're totally
Yeah, get out of
That's
here.
Matt.
Bye, guys.
Bye,
Appreciate
Matt.
you.
All right, Matt's gone. Get him out of
See
here.
you later, Matt.
There's a guest at 2:50.
We have a guest at 2:50. Have to say goodbye. Have a guest to.
We have a guest at 2:50.
Yep.
Well, all right. What are you
I
doing?
think they're probably fixing the Johnny
No, it's
Roger.
already there. I already know. You don't have to worry about it. No, you don't have to worry about it. I already took care of
We
it.
saw Michael's shirt. Have you seen Michael's shirt?
I've seen Michael's shirt.
Yeah. It's on the back
Yeah.
of his shirt.
Yeah, it's the Johnny Roger. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
Johnny Roger. It's not
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
talked to Michael.
Yeah, he came over.
I talked to Michael. We're good. We're good. We're
This is
good.
unreal. You know, the other shows, you want the other shows to be the ones that have the problems. Matt's mic doesn't work. We say the wrong thing.
The speakers don't work.
speakers
Our
don't work.
Pets' heads are falling off.
Matt blew out everybody's ears.
What a
you know.
disaster.
Crappy boo year, writes Chance.
Yeah, yesterday was a lot better.
Yeah. You know,
I mean, the original plan for this crossover was supposed to be basically yesterday's crossover, where Happer and Schaefer come over.
that's true. Yeah.
But then we only have one headset, and then we ended up with McMaster late.
yeah.
And then he was loud,
Yeah.
and then he was swiveling his hips on camera, and it
Yeah.
was
He hasn't had anything to drink today.
yeah.
Nobody believes that. Nobody believes that.
Wow, crossovers aren't as much fun when we don't have other people.
Yeah,
Now
seriously, it's
just
like,
us.
do we just go to break and do a show? Like, what do we even
I
do
guess
here?
so.
You know what I was thinking about? I got a
What were you thinking about?
quick crossover topic for you.
Crossover topic.
I was thinking about back in the old days of Unsportsmanlike Conduct when it was better, by the way.
Yeah,
and
a
how
lot better.
Kevin
and Michael was on that one too.
He was. They would begin the show, and there was usually like 20 minutes of nothingness. And like when you and Michael took over, it was 20 minutes of nothingness. The crossover has now, they have taken the baton, and that is where the randomness begins. But when the show starts, we're kind of like, hey, here's what's coming up. Let's talk sports. So when the crossover disappears, I don't even know if you and I know how to do this anymore at 2
We probably
o'clock.
don't.
It's been too long.
We probably don't. Well, if you want a different crossover topic,
Yeah.
I found on the internet last night.
Yeah.
My high school graduation video.
I did see the photos. I saw the blurry photos of John. You look like you're 80. Your face, because of the blur, you look so old.
I do look old.
You look really, really old.
Yeah.
Old man Bishop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know who I was pointing at in this photo.
Your mom?
Maybe.
Well, I guess who took the video of this?
Well, the video, it was just the company that they got to take the video. Yeah,
So
this wasn't a family video.
I see.
This was like the school hired the photographer.
Uh-huh.
And there it is.
Tina says, is that Biden? I was trying to figure out which old person you remind me of in this. There is a
It could be.
It's like a Biden and George Bush Sr. had a kid together.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you look like. Also, Tay says they had color TV when he graduated.
They did have color TV.
Barely.
It was experimental.
Barely.
It was experimental. And there it
Mustache
is.
Adam, congrats on going back to get your diploma at 45, John. Not a lot of people would have that type of courage. You're like
It
Robin.
took a lot of courage.
You're like Robin Williams' character in that movie. What is it, Jack? You ever see that movie?
No.
Where every year of his life he ages in times 4. So when he's 10, he looks like a 40-year-old man.
Yeah.
That's kind of what was going on.
I did notice one thing because you could, it had the microphone on the camera.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
I think I'm the only person that said thank you.
Really?
You could hear
To
me.
like
You can hear me on when they gave me the scholarship and they said John M. Bishop, and I walked across stage and they gave me the thing and they shook my hand and I said thank you.
Wow.
I'm the only person. I'm the only person polite enough to say thank you.
Is this 89?
1989.
1989.
1989. Yes, when we did have color television.
Wow. What
back then.
a time.
Yeah.
Congratulations, John.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
It was a grand time.
It really was.
We were lucky it didn't rain that night because that was, I was outside. That was over at the old Memorial Field.
When my Uncle Mike graduated from Fremont.
Well, and your Uncle Mark.
Yeah.
Your Uncle
Mark's-
Mark.
He's probably in
is-
that video
is in
somewhere,
that
right?
video, yes.
So I don't remember my Uncle Mark's graduation because I would have been like 9 months old. But I do remember my Uncle Mike's graduation because I believe that was when we first had moved back to Nebraska. And indeed, it was at Memorial Field.
Yeah.
I remember thinking, this is pretty cool. I wonder if I'll get to graduate at a high school football field. And we did not. I graduated at the artist formerly known as the Quest Center in one of their little ancillary rooms, which was weird because it was just a giant flat room. And so nobody could see anything for where we were at. It was very strange.
Interesting.
If you were sitting in the back.
Right.
You were sitting in the back.
Chance says, is that before the plane hit the Pathfinder? No, the Pathfinder, it was a natural gas explosion. Don't say on the internet that the Pathfinder was hit by a plane.
Do not report that.
Because,
do that.
well, Fremont doesn't have an airport really anyway. I mean, we got a little.
Oh, do you have a little?
We have a landing strip. We have a landing strip, which for Fremont back in 1989.
That's good stuff.
That's pretty good for a landing strip because usually it's a full-blown, the whole thing. Heather will tell you she's here.
Oh yeah, was she there
she's
too?
She's in that video.
Wow, tiny baby Heather, tiny baby Mark, tiny baby John,
Yeah.
all in the 1989 graduation.
Yeah, Keena says jet fuel doesn't melt Pathfinders. That is true.
Let's get Pete Carroll on the horn. Pete, your thoughts? Does it melt those? We're getting more information on the sponsors. This is great.
Yeah, we got many sponsors, and now everything's changing.
You need a picture for
Connor.
Oh, because Connor's about to do the awards?
He is
Are
about
we doing
to do
those
the
during
awards.
the commercials or while we're on? Are we dueling shows?
Oh, that's going to be fun.
This is going to be great. We're not going to be able to hear anything if he's doing it. All right. That'll be fun.
Sox Mulder has no Jim Everett jersey under the grad ground. No, I did not have a Jim Everett jersey in 1989. Though if you would have told that person in that photo,
Yeah?
you're going to have to still wait 27 years for the Cubs to win the World Series.
How would you have felt about
I
that?
might have taken that diploma and cut myself with it.
Yeah? Well, that's...
Thankfully, it was only 10 years before the Rams won the Super Bowl.
Were the Rams? What was going on with the Rams in 1989?
We went to the playoffs. Both the Cubs and the Rams went to the playoffs in 1989.
I don't know.
We lost to the 49ers in the championship game.
I don't know if I knew that the Cubs made the playoffs in 89.
Yeah.
I thought that it was
We won the
84
division.
and then 98
Nope.
was the next time.
It was 84, 89.
Oh, wow.
We won the division. We lost to the Giants, and then God punished baseball, and that was the earthquake.
Wouldn't have happened if
It
the
wouldn't
Cubs
have
would have
happened
made
if
it.
they would have let the Cubs win.
Okay, so you beat the Eagles in the first round. Let's go. Go
we
Rams.
beat the Giants in overtime.
Oh, wow. Shoot.
Willie Anderson walk-off touchdown in overtime.
And 89 was the 1-15 Cowboys, if I remember right. So
I
I
believe
would
you're
have,
right.
young me would have been saying,
Yeah.
go Rams, go Rams.
And then Frisco clocked us.
And that was the year that they won.
They boat raced Denver.
Broncos. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Would you have beaten the Broncos if you would have somehow? I don't know. If
It would have been a better game.
It would have been one of the few good Super Bowls.
It would have been a better game.
Nice.
It would have been a better game.
Nice. Oh, good call from Mustache Adam. Sean has I did that finger point going on. Turn those into stickers and start posting them at gas stations. I did that. This is a great idea.
I passed a gas station today. It was 409 in Lincoln, and I flipped it off.
Did you? Yeah.
I flipped it off. I'm like, no way. Get that noise out of here.
When I go to Chicago in a couple of weeks and have to fill up my rental car with gas,
there you go.
I'm going to be feeling really good about the fact that I get to turn this receipt into a company and I don't have to pay for it myself.
You don't have to pay for it. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and clip that and
I did that.
Stick that on a gas pump, you go ahead and blame me.
And you want the clean photo. John did tweet it out earlier. So take that,
it's
put it in a candle, remove the background.
It's so much cleaner than that.
You know what that reminds me of? Clean coal. It's so clean.
It's so very
That's a clean photo.
A lot of clean gold.
Oh, look at this, by the way. I see some prizes that we're going to be giving away.
And again, thanks to all the great sponsors, Quality Brands, Langfelt, the T-Box, Design 4, Broncos and Fernando's, local IBEW 22, Lindley Clothing, the Early Bird, Phoenix, and the Johnny Rogers Career Technical Scholarship.
Yes.
We had a ton of great prizes today.
Do I see a Titleist golf bag?
Yes.
Is that what that is?
Yes.
We have two of them? Oh, my gosh.
Yes.
Don't you know what the market price on those things is?
It's incredible.
What a great prize.
We really loaded up on prizes. And from what I understand, things have gone so well that we're already making strides towards next year's 1620, the golf tournament. So I think we've started something here. And
that's awesome.
Again, kudos to the Phoenix because the food spread was great. And the best part is you got to go in and grab your own wings. So you grabbed all the flats.
I did.
And I grabbed all the drummies.
I got here a little bit before you. And the first thing that I thought of was, this is a wing place for John and me.
Yes.
Because we got to decide. I want the flats.
We got to be the decider.
Oh, God, that is so good.
We got to be the decider.
Oh, so good.
All right. So when we come back, We got a busy grum for you today.
Oh, yeah.
Connor's going to give away a bunch of the tea prizes.
Awesome.
He's already excited. He's already been hobnobbing.
Oh, he's Mr. Hobnob.
Yeah, and if anyone here in the building has a question, just ask someone in the red shirt before they get killed by the Klingons.
Yes, not us. You and I don't have the answers. All the other red shirts,
We don't
they
have
do.
any answers.
Yeah, I got no answers.
So please, Klingons, don't kill us.
Yeah, no answers from me.
But it's I'm told it's a one Cutwater
Hello.
Friday.
Hello.
A one Cutwater Friday.
Awesome.
Yeah. We're going to do that today and a lot more, but I will enjoy my Bud Light here. I will enjoy
I'm
my
going
Bud
with
Light.
the Coors Heavy in
Yeah.
honor of Mike Schaefer.
Yeah, I'll enjoy my Bud Light, but then the Cutwater's coming later in the Grum. But we are live at the Phoenix. We're at 120th and Blondo. You want to come on out and say hi, please do so.
Yeah, we'd love to see you.
Please do so. Come on out, and we'll have a great time here on this one Cutwater Friday
Nice.
from 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
A one Cutwater Friday and the 1620 the golf tournament.
Right.
After party.
Happer's giving away prizes right now. This is
Yeah,
pretty
he's
sweet.
he's a little freaking loud, isn't he? We're trying to do a show.
Yeah,
here.
what's going on right now?
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Dude, someone just won.
Let's
Just
go.
won a Yeti with the Cutwater stuff on. Is there actually Cutwater in there?
Let's go.
Right there. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. Oh, look, he's got like lots of cans, like we do.
Awesome.
We got our Cutwaters up here as well. Hey, somebody tell that loudmouth over there to shut up. We're trying to do a radio show over here.
Come on, Happer. Pesky Blue says, so this is going to be an annual thing, right? Right?
Yep,
Yeah.
we're going to try.
Yeah, that is going to be the case.
It will have a lifespan longer than the Oklahoma drill.
Oh, that lasted like a week. This will last much longer than that. Much longer than that. By the way, I want to give a huge shout out to McMaster because Matt had the idea to bring back a golf tournament, and they were like, all right, go set it up. And Matt went and set it up. And then our great team.
Well, I mean, he didn't do it all.
He started it, though.
He
I'm giving
started.
Matt credit because
I
nobody believed in him. And then he did it. And now look at us. We have a bar filled with hundreds of people. Happer's giving away prizes, and we're having a great time. I congratulate Matt on being a good employee for at least one day.
For at least one day.
For at least one day.
Probably so.
Matt is a good employee.
But we are live at the Phoenix at 120th and Blondo. If you want to come on out and join us for this one Cutwater Friday, thanks to our good friends at Cutwater and Quality Brands of Omaha for bringing us a ton of Cutwater today. This could get dangerous. This show could be very dangerous today.
Yeah?
Very dangerous today.
We got to all be on our P's and Q's.
We do.
Stay hydrated.
But we got a busy Grum today as we check out the Grum Down. We're down to the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks from tomorrow, game
man.
1.
Thank God. Thank God. I'm
Well-
still annoyed that tomorrow's not week 0. Tomorrow should be week 0, and next week should be week 1, but we'll do what we got.
Why should no?
I told you about it. It just feels like it should be the start of the season. It feels
You've
like
been
it.
saying that for 4 months.
It feels like next week is August 30th. That seems like week 1 to me.
Yeah, it's not Labor Day though.
Yeah, I know, but it should be.
You got it. Well, Labor Day is famously in September. It's the
I
first
know,
Monday in
I
September.
know. I'm just saying it should be.
Well, we're going to continue. Let's see, if it was week 0 next week, we'd be down to the last couple of teams in 25 teams, and we can't let Nick off the hook.
That's
so
true. He's going for his second straight perfect year.
We're going to find out if he can pull it off.
Can he go 20 for 20 so far today?
We've
We
got
will see.
one.
We will see.
You don't have a TV?
A TV?
Yeah, that's a Roku. Do you know what that is? You plug it into your TV, and that's when you get to call up all the different
The boomer
streaming.
is explaining technology.
That's right. That's
Oh,
right.
Come on.
Of technology.
Making millennials look
millen-
bad.
The Gen Z doesn't know technology, but the old timers
Sad. Very sad. There's a Roku stick in there?
do. Yeah, he got a Roku.
Badass.
He got a 4K Roku stick.
That is awesome.
That's
What
pretty
a
cool.
great prize.
25 teams. We're going to talk to one of our favorite guests, Tim May.
I sat down this morning and I started preparing for Ohio State. First of all, 2 things. One, so easy to prepare for Ohio State. I feel like I know everything about this team and I don't even cover them. 2, I got like 5 questions written down. I'm like, why do I have this many
Why?
questions? We're probably going to ask The over-under is set at 3.5.
3.5 questions for Tim May.
I mean, seriously, it's probably going to be like one big picture, one offense, one defense, and like a wild card. And then it's going to be like, sorry, we have to go because we have another guest coming up. And I'm going to hand my headset off to Nick Grimm for that conversation.
Oh, you're not? Because we have a new practice reporter. We have a new Husker football practice reporter. NASCAR Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett is reportedly at practice today.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
Oh, a little inside information.
Exactly. See, I'm a smart guy. I know.
Hey.
I knew who to book on this.
Hey,
on this here
Dale,
grind.
I heard the defensive line might have struggled in their Wednesday night practice this week. What did they look like today?
Oh.
That's going to be the question that we can ask him.
How many realistic college football playoff teams are out there?
Ooh, that's fun.
How many realistic college football teams, playoff teams, are there out there?
Awesome.
Apparently, we are not fired up for football. I've been trying to get to this all week, and Josh won't let me.
Well, I don't even know what this is, but no, I banned this. I banned not being fired up. I'm so fired up for football.
Super Friends Roundtable, provided that we're both sober at that point.
Oh, we better be.
It might be just Jack
Nice.
all by himself.
Is this the last Jack Mitchell 5 o'clock interview? People are wondering.
I don't know.
He has a daughter that has a car now. People are asking, will
I
Jack
don't
be
know.
joining us at 2:50 again?
Is predictions back, folks? You know, it's been a month since we've done predictions.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that it has been because a certain someone is in last place and, suddenly now we can't do predictions anymore, so he can't fall behind even further. Interesting, Nick. Very interesting.
Yeah. As we mentioned, it is one Cutwater Friday.
Heck
one,
yeah, it is.
One Cutwater Friday from the Phoenix and 1620, the golf tournament.
Awesome.
And we begin today with the college sports cluster. Bloop. Holy moly, here we go again. So the 10th Circuit in Colorado has granted the NCAA a stay on the earlier ruling of the nationwide injunction that allowed all class of 2022 players to be eligible this year, which has caused a lot of chaos.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about it yesterday. There are guys who have played in the NFL already in the preseason who were essentially made immediately eligible. But today's ruling does add a bit of a fly in the ointment. So as we are to understand it, the 2022 players who exhausted their eligibility, and this is all going back to the NCAA ruling 5 for 5,
Yes.
right? So you
then
get 5 years to play 5 years.
And they
Or
said
5 seasons to play 5 years.
those who are coming off of their senior year, you do not get this. So
Right.
if you had played 4 years, Jamarcus Lawrence, for example, sorry you don't get the 5th year. This is for everybody moving forward.
Correct.
And then that's when the lawyers got involved.
And then the lawyers got involved. Now, there is a caveat here, and that is, while it does make ineligible for now the athletes seeking a 5th year who had not already gotten relief through a separate ruling, there is still a way that they can fight individually their eligibility cases. But there are also those who already, and we'll put this, I mean, there's a ton of names on here.
Holy God.
There's a ton of names on here. But these are all of the other different cases in all of these other states: Colorado, Tennessee, Georgia, California, Oklahoma, New York, Louisiana, Kentucky, Texas, South Carolina. If your name is on this list, you are exempted from today's ruling. So in other words, you already had a case, you got a temporary restraining order, you are theoretically okay.
So what this is
So this
stick
means
to sports, this is like a states' rights issue.
Yeah, well, what today is created,
states' rights.
basically what today is created is a patchwork where if you were in one of these cases in one of these states, you're good.
Okay.
But if you weren't, for example, at Indiana,
I was
Stephen
just gonna-
Daly
he
and,
is-
and Kellen Wyatt,
They are not. Correct?
they are not, because they're not listed here. They were not part of their own attempt to get a TRO, a temporary restraining order.
But like Fred King
Now,
is eligible, correct?
yeah, Brody Robinson, who is the player from Oakland the point guard who committed to Creighton like last week, it was last week.
Okay.
He's okay. Fred King, he was involved in the Kentucky case. Now, his case is currently pending. So as I am to understand it, as long as he gets approval from the state of Kentucky, he'll be okay. He does not, the ruling hasn't happened yet in Kentucky, but it is pending.
Okay.
So he would theoretically be safe, provided the Kentucky case goes that way. Jamarcus Lawrence, he's in the California case. He would be okay.
Okay.
Because that's been ruled on. But if you're not on this list, if you were not part of a previous TRO in one of these other states, you're the ones that right now are on the outside looking in. Now, of course, there's going to be more lawsuits.
The lawyers.
So stay tuned. There's more to come.
Real quick before you take the graphic off, Mustache Adam says, this looks like a Chili's menu.
It actually does.
You should fold it up into thirds, and it's like, ooh, I'll have the Mo Odom, please.
It does.
That's what schools are going to be saying.
I would like the Christian Richardson.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? Take that back. I'll do a side salad with Greedy Williams dressing.
I want the Malik McKenzie, and I'll add the J.J. Starling, please. Thank you. So what do we think that this is going to mean for a Stephen Daly, for example? Like, what do we think this means for an Indiana? What do we think this means for the schools who have been planning on having these guys on their rosters? And as of now, it's not allowed. Are they planning on it being allowed, you know? Like, today, it's a victory for the NCAA, but it's really not if there are that many players that are still eligible, right?
Correct. I mean,
and football starts. I mean, like we said,
football starting for some schools in a week and other schools in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So, like in the case of Stephen Daly and the Indiana players,
that's 2 weeks from tomorrow.
That's 2 weeks from tomorrow.
I mean, Daniel hits on it. So some 22 class guys get an extra year, some don't. That sounds like it won't trigger 1,000 more lawsuits at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to do it or you got to not do it. It's like this is I will defend the Stephen Daly, and I'd be like, if it's allowed for these players, then it should be allowed for him.
Well,
no half measures, Walter.
And I think what the court ruling today is basically saying is to the Stephen Dalys and the ones that weren't on that list, go file your own lawsuit, or find other people
and get together
and file for your own TRO.
Yeah, for sure.
And then theoretically, if it goes your way, you should be fine. But as of right now, it's just a patchwork of crap. And it's continued confusion and consternation. And, you know, I've said for the longest time, it would have made a hell of a lot more sense if you would have done the 5 for 5 and said, okay, and it goes into effect with the next recruiting class.
With the soon-to-be freshmen.
So this year's freshmen, or probably better yet, the signees for next year. So the ones that are currently seniors in high school.
A Trey Taylor, for example. That it starts with them. Yeah.
Now, that still may have triggered a bunch of lawsuits. In fact, it may have triggered even more lawsuits from people who
are in college right now.
Who are like this year's juniors and sophomores. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But because it went into effect essentially immediately and started counting players that were currently in college, I think it got a lot of people motivated to do it. So maybe or maybe not, there would have been more or less lawsuits. But the lawyers are undefeated. Billable hours are undefeated.
Yeah, Pesky Blues, this is all just a scheme by big law industry.
It is. I mean, I don't mean to sound so cynical, but it really is.
Yeah.
I mean, because
they're making out like bandits.
They're making out like bandits, and they're going to continue to make out like bandits. And I still believe that there's an element of the college sports structure, the college sports power structure, that is quietly celebrating all of this. Because what it means is it will get people upset, and they contact their elected official, and they vote on the Saving College Sports from Itself Act and essentially render all of this stuff mute. Though I would caution anyone to say that just because Congress passes a law,
correct,
that doesn't mean it would necessarily meet constitutional muster. Someone could sue and then it's going all the way up to the Supreme Court. And
Could not agree with you more.
And they make the ruling on whether or not the law that was passed was constitutional. So don't assume for a minute that just because the Saving College Sports from Itself Act gets passed, that all of these issues disappear, because I guarantee you, and it's probably going to come from the folks who are advocating for collective bargaining in college sports, because the bill that's currently being discussed in Congress doesn't address the issue of collective bargaining.
By the way,
And so those folks are going to say, well, we need to have collective bargaining. This is not going to allow us to do that. So here's your lawsuit. Go for it.
how about this from Stuart Mandel within the last half hour or so? Former Florida State and Boston College quarterback Thomas Castellanos became eligible for a fifth year today with a court ruling in Kentucky and will enter the portal. Keep an eye on Texas Tech for his landing spot. So this is a player that we have seen now in college football over the last couple of years. John, Texas Tech season begins in 15 days. I believe that they're playing on the opening Saturday. Like, think about that. And that's where, yeah, they start on the 5th. That's where.
Now, he wouldn't be the starting quarterback. I mean,
Yeah,
he'd be brought in as backup.
But the presumed starter for the long term this year, can't remember his name off the top of my head right now, but he's not supposed to return until maybe week 3 because he's coming
that's
off
true.
the
Yeah,
injury.
good point.
Yeah.
But I mean, here's the thing.
Can he roll into there and become the starter in 2 weeks? That's a lot to put on a guy's shoulders.
Yes, it is.
And you wonder what that would do to the room. And that's why we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Matt Rule and Nebraska, if they were actually considering it, I would just pause a little bit. I mean, maybe you got an obvious need. Maybe they've gone through camp so far and they have an obvious need that they're saying we have to replace or we have to get better in this position group. But, man, you go through all that work, all that, the spring and then the summer and then the start of camp, all of those things, and then you add in another guy to become an overnight starter. Like, you wonder what that would do to a room. You wonder what that would do to the team. And this Tech team in particular, they've had a hell of an offseason. And so I'm quite curious to see how all this lands.
So there you go. There's the mess at hand, but we'll leave that subject and move on to other things. We'll actually talk about the stuff coming up on the field. We're going to have Tim May joining us in just a moment.
Nice.
We'll preview Ohio State and 25 teams and 25 grums. Should be a lot of fun. You know what I did not have on the Grum Down? Kent's Movie Club.
Oh, Friday Night Lights.
Friday Night Lights is our movie this week in Kent's Movie Club. So Kent Wogamont will be joining us as well. We are live at the Phoenix as part of 1620, the golf tournament. Alex Sindelar is here. That means it's a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to join us out here on 120th and Blondo, please come on by. There's some room for you now. Some of the teams have already dispersed as the prizes have been divvied out. But once again, thanks to our friends at Quality Brands of Omaha and Cutwater, to Langfeld Overhead Door, to T-Box, to Design 4, to Local 22, IBEW Local 22, Broncos and Fernando's, Lindley Clothing, Early Bird, Phoenix, of course, and the Johnny Rogers Career Technical Scholarship. Thanks to all who have been participants this year in 1620, the golf tournament. And sounds like everyone came away very, very happy, very satisfied. Can't wait till we can do this again next year.
Awesome.
But when we come back, Tim May, and we'll preview Ohio State. We are live at the Phoenix, 120th and Blondo. John, Josh, and Nick and the entire Zone crew today on 1620 The Zone.
countdown is on.
Can spell it again. No. Sand will throw it. Touchdown. Jeremiah Smith. How simple can it get? Say it over the middle. Oh, what a catch by Jeremiah Smith. Sand splits out of the pocket. Looks back. Down the field. Tate. Touchdown. Tatum. Home run hitter. 50 yards.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grungs.
Scheduled to be joined by Tim May soon. You know, he's got his own show now.
He's a busy man.
He's a busy man. He's no longer really writing a lot, but he's doing his own podcast now, The Tim May Show.
Jim says putting the over-under of Tim May laughs at 3.5.
Well,
I hope that the over has a chance to hit.
I do too.
Nick does as well. Nick is 19 for 19 with these guests.
Yeah.
But could he move to 19 for 20 today? Could the perfect game bid come to an end with just 6 guests to go?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad if it happens.
Still trying to lock in Tim May. We'll try to get him in. He is ready. He's ready now.
Look at that.
Oh, Nick's perfect streak continues.
Nice job, Nick.
With one of our favorite guests. He's been covering the Buckeyes for over 40 years, host of the Tim May Show. It is Tim May. Hello, Tim.
Looks like Nick's going 20 for 20.
Let's go.
20
We
for
love
20.
to hear it.
You scared him a little bit. Were you at the restroom or something, or grabbing a glass of hot milk?
No. Do you guys have friends that when you're on the phone with them and you've talked to them for 25 minutes, and when you say I gotta go, they act like you just hit them in the face? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was one of those.
Oh yeah. The Midwestern goodbye is what we call it.
Good friends, and I don't want to make him mad, but finally I said, "Man, I got to go. My wife's yelling at me." And it was you guys calling.
Let's go. Let's go.
We'll go ahead and play the role. Play the role of your wife today. So, of course, the Buckeyes.
Perfect game intact for Nick. Go ahead now.
Perfect game continues.
So I'm curious what you think, Tim. Last year, of course, Julian Sayin put up great numbers, but in a couple of the biggest games, especially the Texas game, maybe a little so-so. I'm wondering what the discussion is around him. I know he's a Heisman favorite. We know he's got the talent, but you've seen a lot of Ohio State quarterbacks. Do you think this young man has the moxie to be a championship quarterback?
Yeah, number one, I mean, don't take one game out of context and act like that was, that's a negative. That was his very first collegiate start. And it was in Ohio Stadium against Texas. And they were extremely conservative with him in terms of the play calling and not putting a lot on his plate. And that was a huge game at the beginning of the year. So he was the most accurate quarterback in the country the next 12, 13 weeks. So I think he did extremely well. I mean, he's gotten great reviews by his fellow players this preseason about being stronger, about being even more accurate. I mean, the guy can throw every pass in the book, plus maybe a couple you haven't heard of. Now, the games you can't take out of context are the game with Indiana in the Big Ten championship game last year, and then the game against Miami in the college football playoff, second round of college football playoff, because Indiana and Miami both exploited what had been a weakness on the Ohio State offensive line pretty much all season, which was the right guard, so the right side of the eye, and they ran U-Haul trucks through there coming after him and stuff. He got crunched about 3 times in that Miami game, and so there was a lot out of kilter for him and the offense because of that. But, they drove down and had a chance to send the Indiana game into overtime, and the kid missed, a 23-yard field goal, who's no longer a kicker for Ohio State, but he missed a 23-yard field goal. Well, that game might have been different. But, no, Julian, by all accounts, coaches, players, observers at practice, because we don't get to watch practice, say he's on another level this year in terms of throwing the ball.
Tim, what do you think, or I guess how is the offense going to be different with Arthur Smith as OC? And And of course, I mean, similarities, you got your quarterback back, you got your running back back, you got Jeremiah Smith back. So we know where it's going to be similar. Where's it going to be different in 26?
We're probably not going to see that until the Texas game, because I would think Ball State, they can line up and run basic stuff. But it would be, like you said, Arthur Smith has been not only head coach but a coordinator in the National Football League, and those guys do a lot in terms of matchups, creating the matchups they want, do it a lot with motion, play action, things like that. So I think you might see a little bit more of all of that. And he's also going to, Julian has never been confused with Lamar Jackson in terms of being a runner or a guy that wants to run the ball too much. But I would think you'd see a quarterback run every now and then also in this thing, because that's one of the things I think Ryan Day wanted to push. But they're not going to make Julian say and run the ball 50 times a game. What they want is a real balanced approach. You don't forget about number 4, Jeremiah Smith, in terms of touches. But they want a real balanced approach, and they feel right now in the middle of camp, they feel really good about the running back situation, because they got the top 2 running backs back from last year, and they both had ridiculous camps. The way that was a word used by a buddy of mine who gets to watch practice. But they both had ridiculous camps, Bo Jackson and Isaiah West. Yeah, a running back named Bo Jackson, but you knew that. But they spread the ball around. They've got a couple of big time receivers returning, but also 2 freshmen, Chris Henry Jr., who could star as who could be the stunt double for Jeremiah Smith if they were making a Jeremiah Smith movie. He could be his stunt double. And then Brock Boyd, a guy hardly anybody had heard of until Ohio State signed him with the 2026 recruiting class. But everybody is gushing about that guy. So you could see 5 or 6 receivers playing as it goes on. But we're really not going to get a peek behind the curtain until the Texas game. And what gives them, I think a lot of people who are observing the team, what gives them confidence is it looks like probably Austin Cervell, who was the starting left tackle last year, is going to move down into the right guard spot. And Ian Moore, who had to play a lot against Miami because Austin Cervell actually got hurt in that game, is going to probably be the starter at left tackle, and everybody else is intact. Left guard, Luke Montgomery, center Carson Hensman, who should be a leader for that Remington Award. I know y'all heard of Remington. And then Phillip Daniels at right tackle. So I think right now they feel a lot better about the offensive line than they did at the end of the year last year. If they can protect Julian, saying this offense can really do some harm.
Tim May joining us, host of the Tim May Show, fanstreamsports.com. You mentioned Chris Henry a moment ago, this talented young freshman, and Ohio State's basically turned into wide receiver U the last decade and a half. And you mentioned it. He's like a Jeremiah Smith clone. I mean, is it the kind of talent where he has to play this year, or because of the embarrassment of riches, you may not see him as much?
Well, everything depends on him, right? And he's gotten kudos the last week or so, but everything depends on him, like running, being accountable on the field, running proper routes and all that kind of stuff. Boy, he is physical. And I kind of was joking about him being Jeremiah Smith's stunt double. He's actually probably bigger than Jeremiah Smith. He's about 6'5", maybe even pushing 6'6", and about 230, 235, and he's just a freshman. So, but yeah, they really like him a lot. But Brock Boyd, remember that name. He was a 3-star coming out of South Lake Carroll High School in Texas, one of the big-time programs down there in that talent-rich state. And they really like the effort he's shown and everything else about him. He's fast. I think both of those freshmen you're going to see a lot of as the year develops.
Tim, other side of the ball. First of all, I'm a sad sack Dallas Cowboys fan, so I was over the moon excited when they got Caleb Downs at pick number 11, but he was one of many players from that defense a year ago to get drafted. 3 guys in the first 11 picks of the whole draft, including Downs. 2 more went in the second round. I know that the old adage for this team has so long been they don't rebuild, they reload. But if there was ever a chance for a step back on one side of the ball, could it be this year's defense, just given how much talent left the room 25 to 26?
Well, the thing is, and you guys know this, once they're gone, they're gone. Well, maybe not. In this age, no. The bottom line, all those guys are going to make the team, so they won't be getting a court order to let them back into college football. We're in a crazy time, fellas. A very, very. I mean, Indiana has gotten so much better in the last week and a half of those. What, 3 guys they've gotten back from last year's team? Are you kidding me? It's kind of nuts when you think about it. But the point is, those guys aren't coming back. We were talking to some defenders the last couple of days about that. Is that all people want to talk about is who left, and but then you look and Jalen McClain is back. Jalen McClain was one of the real blossom players in the country last year, especially in the Big Ten. The other safety on that team, and they've got Earl Little Jr., who started his career at Alabama, then went to Florida State and transferred to Ohio State this year for his last year of college, and he transferred up, and they've really liked what he's brought from the safety position aspect of it. Terry Moore, transfer from Duke, who was hurt really all of last year, but they've really liked him. So they have reloaded in that sense. And Devin Sanchez, who's stepping in basically for Davis and Igbinosun, the corner who got drafted by the Buffalo Bills, he'll be a sophomore. He was a 5-star recruit out of Galena Park, North Shore High School on the east side of Houston. He'll be a sophomore. This is his second year at Ohio State, and he's definitely come into his own this preseason. Started in the spring and has moved on, but they've got the other corner back. But then on the defensive end, the defensive line part, they're going to have 3 new starters, 1 defensive end, and both tackles are probably going to be new starters. But they've got Edric Houston back, who got banged up at the beginning of camp last year and didn't get to play as much as they thought he would. But he's a specimen now. And then they got a transfer defensive tackle from Alabama, James Smith, who they've really raved about through the first couple of weeks of camp, and a transfer defensive tackle from UCF, John Walker, who they've raved about. And then they've got an edge guy named Quay Russaw, also from Alabama. He and James Smith kind of came as a package deal, it appeared, but really they made up their own minds about it. And they've got other guys that are, Bo Atkinson, who was a transfer last year from North Carolina. He's back in the defensive posse along with several other guys. A freshman named Kari Wilder, has really, really stepped up this preseason. So they feel really good about the talent level in terms of replacing those fellas who left. But it's still going to be a youngish, at least playing together kind of team early, as you well know. You got to remember, Ohio State's got 51 players on its roster that weren't here a year ago.
That's a lot. That's a ton.
Yeah, that's a
Certainly
lot.
is.
Tim May joining us from the Tim
lot.
May Show. You mentioned a lot of those names, and of course, you got a guy like Kenyatta Jackson, and I always look at those guys who are coming back.
Oh yeah.
Who need to be those leaders, and with all that talent that they're losing, people forget he was right there with Reese in terms of his sack numbers last year. So it kind of I look at those guys who really need to be like the leaders and the stars. I'm curious what you think about what Jackson could do this year.
Yeah, he is really. He comes from, because his parents are great people, and he comes from a great background. But he's one of those guys who bided his time. Kind of had to get his game to grow into his body as opposed to the other way around, right? But he really asserted himself as the year went on last year. Caden Curry, the other starting defensive end last year, of course, is with the Indianapolis Colts now. He had a tremendous first game for them in the preseason. But I digress. Kenyatta Jackson has really grown into the role of being a leader, of stepping up and talking. But he's also, you talk to the offensive lineman about him, and he has definitely honed his game over the last 8 or 10 months, and has added some little touches, some moves, et cetera. They're expecting him to be a leader both on the field and on the bench. So, yes, I did name him a while ago because I thought it was pretty well under. Once you start naming the new guys, you forget about the old guys.
Yes.
But no, and believe me, if you were just picking an all airport team, you know what I mean? Guys walk through the airport going, Everybody go, wow, that's a hell of a football team. Kenyatta Jackson might be the first guy you'd pick.
Tim, this schedule, as you mentioned, Texas is the marquee non-conference game pretty much in all college football this year. That's in week 2, and they have a ton of contenders on their slate inside of the conference. They play the other 2 playoff teams from a year ago. They're playing USC this season as well. Of course, the Michigan game at the end of the year. I wonder if you think that this
Nebraska,
schedule. I guess
Nebraska.
You're right. I did leave out Nebraska.
Tim, he's a hater. He's a hater.
But Tim, like a two-parter for you. Do you
He's
think?
not a potato.
Do you
He's
think?
a hater. Go ahead.
Do you think that it is possible that this team, for the first time since 2011, loses at least 3 games? And if so, is 9-3 against this slate? Is that good enough to get in the college football playoff this year? Because I think it is.
Well, hypothetically speaking, because you're talking hypotheticals right now, because I think Ohio State's favored in the game on the tote boards. But
yes.
it would depend on those 3 losses, who they're to, and what was the difference, and where 3 of them are on the road or something. I think there would be, but definitely they would have to make it on pure guile. You know what I mean? Because it's still 12-team playoffs. But with that said, I mean, yeah, you look at the schedule and you name the usual suspects, which are Texas, road game at Indiana, which promises to be a knockdown, drag out, and then Oregon coming to town, but then also a road game to USC, which is my pick to be one of the sleeper teams nationally. For example, they got to play out at USC. USC hosts both Ohio State and Oregon this year, so USC could really help itself by at least winning one of those 2 games. And like you talked about Michigan, right on down the line. I mean, the schedule is sneaky tough, even past the real tough games you name. So, yeah, I mean, I think Ohio State will get some credit for playing that kind of schedule, but who knows what the committee's going to do? Because you could have two or three of those teams that we just named in the Big Ten. You could have 3 of them make the college football playoff. Along with Ohio State hoping to get in. So, this promises to be a tremendous, ridiculous season in college football, in my opinion. Especially now that the SEC is playing 9 conference games, and then running around like they invented the idea.
Tim May of the Tim May Show. You can find it. I believe it's on YouTube as well, but fanstreamsports.com.
Yeah, Fanstream
you can listen to his great.
Is the whatever you call it, distributor or whatever. It's on YouTube, but also on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, all those kind of things. By the way, I've always said the SEC is kind of like NASCAR. Whenever something good, whenever they think of some safety reason or some safety innovation, NASCAR acts like they invented it. And I remind people that, for example, the safer barriers were instigated by Tony George in Indianapolis Motor Speedway a long time ago, and they were actually developed in Lincoln, Nebraska. So
yes, they were.
But the SEC is acting like a 9-game conference schedule. Who would have thunk that? How long's the Big Ten been playing 9 games? 4, 5, 7 years now. So it is what it is.
Yeah. It is. Tim, we always appreciate it. Thanks. We'll definitely hook up again in November when famously Ohio State plays
They're
Nebraska.
coming to Lincoln. Yes, they are.
They play Nebraska, Josh.
They are.
Don't forget about that.
They are indeed. They are indeed.
Tim, have a great one. It's only a couple weeks away.
With you.
Lincoln. Yeah, I'll be in Lincoln. It'll be in Lincoln.
Lincoln.
Thank you,
got
Tim.
it, fellas. I'm looking forward to it.
You bet. That's the reason why he's one of our favorites, Tim May of fansidedsports.com.
And by the way, so I ran through the games. They also play Illinois at the end of September, and they play at Iowa. And remember, almost a decade ago, they went into Iowa and had just a horrific performance, a lot of turnovers. We've talked about hellacious stretches with teams this year. How about this?
Nobody's got a more hellacious stretch than this.
Their
in
schedule,
the whole country.
Their schedule, in my opinion, is the toughest in the entire country. But the stretch that they have starting October 17th is brutal. At Indiana, an off week, cross country at USC, and then they host Oregon. I mean, you got a playoff team from a year ago, one of them being the national champions, of course, a USC team that I think is going to be right on the bubble. I'm leaning them in the playoff this year. We'll talk about that next week when we do our picks. That is incredible. And if you want to just back it up a little bit, at Iowa, Maryland, Indiana, USC, Oregon. I mean, John, the margin of error, it's going to be so interesting to see what happens with them in the committee, because I think the SEC adding the 9th conference game, I think that there will be more losses.
There will be more losses.
I think, John, we could see 2 9-3 regular season teams make it into the college football playoff. And if I'm right about Ohio State and them dropping a few, as long as they're to the right teams, I mean, look, they could lose to Iowa, USC, and Michigan, but that would mean they could beat Texas, Indiana, and Oregon. How do you leave a team out like that if those teams end up being really, really good? So this schedule is hellacious. They're going to be playing in some marquee games. That one down in Texas. How many of us covering Nebraska when the schedule came out in week 2, Nebraska was playing a night game, went, no, please, but I want to watch the Ohio State-Texas game. So that's going to be a Sunday watch for, I imagine, many of us. But this schedule rocks. I can't wait to see what happens with them. And in particular, the game at Indiana, that's going to be the biggest game in the history of Memorial Stadium in Bloomington. And that cross-country matchup against USC should be a whole lot of fun as well. They're going to be must-watch almost every single week this season.
By the way, according to our new friends, pairratings.com, Arkansas has the -- 1 toughest schedule in the country. Yesterday's team, Texas,
they're
is
number 2.
just ahead of Ohio State.
Well, yeah. And then
Then it's Ohio State. By the way, Nebraska 6th in strength of schedule, according to pairratings.com. I'm just going to look here. Arkansas's schedule.
Yeah, what do they have?
They're at Utah.
Tough.
Georgia.
Yikes.
I'm just going to name off the tough ones.
Yeah.
Texas A&M.
Eesh.
Tennessee.
Eesh.
At Vandy.
Yeah. We'll
Missouri.
Okay.
At Auburn.
Okay.
South Carolina.
Okay.
At Texas. LSU.
I don't know. I mean,
that's a
it's
tough
tough.
one too.
I think Ohio State's is tougher. I think having the Iowa game on the road, and look, you know me, I always bump that game up, maybe a little tougher than it should be in my own mind, but especially in Iowa City. That is extremely difficult. And the folks in Iowa City are hoping that that's one of the weeks where NBC has the first pick of the litter, because if so, that means that that's a Saturday night game. And man, going to Iowa City on a Saturday night is, in my opinion, I don't know what it is about that place, but they just drag you down into the muck and they make it extremely difficult. That said, I think that they do have a little wiggle room this year to certainly lose 2 games.
Yes.
And I think that they have a chance to lose 3 and still make it in if the schedule turns out to be as tough as it looks on paper.
They do have the open date in the middle of that 3-game run
Huge.
Of Indiana, then an open date, then at USC. So even though it's back-to-back road games, at least there's the open date in the middle. And then, of course, it finishes up with Oregon on November the 7th. And, you look at
Michigan.
And all kidding aside, you look at that Nebraska game, a famous look-ahead spot. You got the rivalry against Michigan the following week. Nebraska has never played Ohio State that I can remember.
That late?
I mean, the 1 year where Scott Frost team scared them, that was in November.
It was early November.
But I don't think that was before the Michigan game.
No.
This is right before the Michigan game, and you're going on the road to Lincoln. I'm not saying Nebraska's going to win that game, but I'm saying if there was ever a spot where you're just like, whew, and you exhale a little bit, that could be a spot for Ohio State. But obviously, the season's going really well. And that's the other thing, too, because I think one of the things that, if Ryan Day is guilty of something last year, I think last year, because of the way things broke out and they were defending champs, they kind of coasted a bit.
And their schedule just wasn't.
And their schedule was, they've got to stay. I mean, last year they were just able to completely out-talent teams. And certainly the mindset could be there that they could go out and just out-talent teams. But with this schedule, they've got to be on it every single week. So games like the Iowa game, games like the Nebraska game, games like the Illinois game can be ones that hurt them if they just think, hey, we're going to roll the ball out there and just out-talent
Yeah,
somebody.
it's so interesting. That I remember Severe having a conversation with me on the radio a couple of months ago. Like, those 2 programs have kind of buttoned themselves up a little bit in the week before the game in November. But you still always wonder about it. Is there a chance for any sort of weirdness to unfold? I could not agree with you more. Last year's team was really, really good. But there was just something about them all year that I was like, man, I want a little bit more. They never had that second gear, but they didn't need the second gear until they did. And that was against Indiana and then certainly against Miami. This is the proverbial better the next year with a worse record team, or at least by the end of the year, I think that they're going to be a much more complete or whatever better version of themselves. The thing that I still wonder about, and I'm going to keep harping on it, is the defense. 3 guys go in the first 11 picks. 5 guys go in the first 2 rounds of the draft. They'll be fine. But the difference between fine and elite is the difference between a first-round exit and a national championship. And Ohio State is not going to be content with, well, our defense was young, but we made it to the playoff. That's not how they operate.
Well, they're not young. That's the thing. They got a lot of veterans from other teams.
And this is the last year of Jeremiah Smith. So
Yes.
you would hate to leave it. They went one and done last year. Of course, they're not going to want to go one and done again.
All right, we'll be back to the Phoenix here at 120th and Blondo. Still to come, NASCAR Hall of Famer and our new practice reporter, Dale Jarrett,
let's go.
is going to join us. And Kent's Movie Club coming up. And we will be back to more of our after party for 1620, the golf tournament here on 1620 The Zone. Josh with Nick. We're here live at the Phoenix. Coming up, our new Husker football practice reporter, Dale Jarrett,
Let's go.
is going to join us. He was at practice today. Want to thank everybody for sponsoring this year's 1620 the golf tournament. Our good friends at Quality Brands of Omaha and Cutwater. Cutwater, they're on our shirts.
Hey, by the way, John, real quick.
They're in our hands.
Delete your tweet. You just sent out the StreamYard link instead of the YouTube link.
Oh, I did?
You sent out the...
There's way too many things going on right now. You know what? Come join us in the StreamYard link.
Right,
we'll let you in.
Right, cool.
We'll let you in. We'll get rid of that. All right, goodbye. I didn't know what the last thing was I copied and pasted.
Yeah.
Langfeld overhead doors, the tee box, designed for Broncos and Fernando's. Local 20, IBEW Local 22, Lindley Clothing, Early Bird, Phoenix, and the Johnny Rogers Career Technical Scholarship. So we just got, producer Josh just brought me a big old box.
Uh-huh.
And it had a bunch of stuff in there.
Mm-hmm.
From our good friend Scott, who's down there in Overland Park, Kansas.
Oh, what's
emails
going on,
us
Scott?
Stuff all the time. Said, appreciate everything you do to get your listeners through the football offseason. I enjoy the college game first. However, I remember learning about the NFL while growing up outside of Alliance, Nebraska. That's truly Western Nebraska.
Western
Josh.
Nebraska. I knew it.
My first memory of players from your favorite teams: Roman Gabriel of the Rams,
Okay.
Danny White and Dwayne Thomas of the Cowboys.
Nice.
And Dolphins. Oddly, I first remember Larry Zonka, Jim Kick, and Paul Warfield, and then they jumped to the World Football League. Anyway, good luck to your teams this year. And here are some companions for your watch parties and One Beer Fridays. He got us some of these tin cups, you know, the kind that you get
at that.
at sporting events. They look like they're tin, but they're a little bit metal. They're like the Solo cups, but they got a little more heft to them.
Prudon got me one from one of the Super Bowls recently.
With our favorite teams.
Yeah. I
Look at
love
that.
how blue yours is. That is cool. Mine is silver with the blue.
Yeah.
The blue font. Nick is, what is that color, Nick?
That's teal.
Teal. Very cool. The only negative on the Nick one is the Dolphins logo is the bad dolphin. It's not as cool as the Dan Marino, Larry Zonka dolphin.
But thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. That was
Shout
very kind
out
of you
Scott.
to share those with us. That's a nice little surprise. So that'll come in handy this season, hopefully, as I toast a Rams Super Bowl this year.
Nah, nobody wants that.
Everybody wants that. They're America's team.
Nobody wants that.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here from the Phoenix because when we come back, NASCAR Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett, who apparently was at Husker football practice today.
Awesome.
So we're going to get a practice report.
Let's do it.
Among other things, when we continue next from the Phoenix and 1620 the golf tournament, 120th and Blondo on 1620 the zone. We're at the after party of 1620, the golf tournament here at the Phoenix, 120th and Blondo. Come on by and say hi. Brought to you, of course, in part by our good friends at Cutwater.
Nice.
We're going to have a one Cutwater Friday coming up a little bit later on in the Grum. But, you know, I took it upon myself. I took the liberty of going out and hiring us a practice reporter because I don't think we don't have good enough coverage of practice.
No.
Of course, the first thing that you need to be is have the ability to go and see a practice,
Which we don't have.
No. So I wanted to find someone there, but then I also wanted to find somebody who could drive really fast there because you never know. Rule might call a surprise practice. You got to get there quick.
Oh yeah.
I also wanted to find somebody that in case the car wasn't steering or turning right, that they could call for the right adjustments, like make a track bar adjustment, little air pressure adjustment. And then the last thing I said was, I need a practice reporter that can win a Daytona 500.
It's a very small window if we're talking about all of those things.
And this guy overachieved and said, I can win you 3 Daytona 500s. NASCAR Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett is in town and is joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Dale, thanks for coming on today.
Oh, glad to do it. Glad I could help out. Yeah, there's only a few of us that could fit that criteria there, but glad that I was able to be on your show first off, and that I did manage to get to a Huskers practice, and it was very eye-opening as to what it takes to have a winning program in the college football world this day and time.
Can you tell us who's going to be starting at right tackle?
No, I'm not good with names, and plus I was sworn to secrecy.
Probably a good idea. What's your connection to Husker football, or did you just want it because you were in town, you just wanted to go and check it out?
Yeah, it actually wasn't my idea, but if they would have asked me, if they'd give me a list, that would have been at the top of the list of things that I would like to do. You know, being as old as I am, I remember the days of Tom Osborne and the great teams that he had. I mean, that Nebraska was the standard of college football. And I know that's the level that Matt Rule and his people are trying to get the program back to. I think he's the right man to get the job done. And when you go there, I didn't know they just built a new facility, and it is unbelievable. What they have available for their athletes there is just incredible. And they have built a winning culture within the facility. And I think that just gives your players more incentives to want to give their very best. And very impressive. What I saw, and everybody was just as nice as they could be to a former race driver. And the players actually took at me and listened to me talk for a couple of minutes. Which they were hot and tired and sweaty and ready to do something besides listen to a former NASCAR driver talk. But they were very attentive, and I appreciated the time.
Dale, what did you say to them? Like, I'm curious, like, you recognize what's going on in that moment. They're tired, they're hot, they're probably ready to go take a nice cold shower. So what are you trying to impart wisdom to them in that moment in time before you send them on their way?
I told him, I said, look, you can do anything that you want to if you put your mind to it, hard work and effort. But, just like I approached every race, if I could go kick Dale Earnhardt's ass, that's what I did. That was a successful day. But, no, that does make a successful day in my world. But it was more about the effort that you put in is what you get out of it. And something that sometimes, every one of those young men, they want to make it to the NFL. All of them, only a small portion are going to, live that dream and have that to happen to them. But what they're learning is how to compete in life. And when you compete at a high level, like you have to be on the Nebraska football team, then you're putting yourself in a great position to succeed in life, whatever you go on and do. Because whatever that is that you do, you're going to have to compete. You're going to have to, whatever level you start, you're trying to get to the next level. So you're always going to be in competition. And I think that's what's so great about sports are the life things that we can take away from our time of playing sports. And I think that's why it's so important that we get our young people involved in sports because it's something they can take away regardless of what they may decide to, what endeavor they might decide that they want to be a career
NASCAR Hall of Famer and three-time Daytona 500 champion Dale Jarrett joining us. He's here in Nebraska. He'll be throwing out the first pitch at the Storm Chasers game tonight. If you're going to be around, you can head on over to Werner Park and catch that. But, Dale, you, unlike a lot of your contemporaries, some of them were, but you were kind of unique. You were a great athlete growing up. You played a lot of different sports and could have been a Division I golfer. I'm curious, because auto racing is so different from a lot of other disciplines. You hear about how basketball, skills can translate to football, and football can translate to, baseball, and et cetera, et cetera. But we don't hear about a lot of the crossover of the stick and ball sports to NASCAR. But I got to imagine it's that competitive thing you were just talking about that helped you in your career, even when you weren't driving as a youngster.
It did, because I really, even though I was around the sport of NASCAR racing for a good portion of my life with my dad's involvement and the successes that he had, being a two-time champion and winning 50 races in the Cup Series. But I think it was that, I tell people that my brother taught me to become a competitor when I was 5 years old. I started me playing baseball. I eventually took that into basketball. I played football and golf. And so I played 4 sports in high school. And there was the things that I took away from those sports was just the competitive side of how much you had to put into driving a race car is what you were going to get out of it, just like any other sport. Now, the skill level side of it, completely different. Most baseball fields, every football field has the same dimensions. The basketball courts have the same dimensions. Golf courses and racetracks, they're different every time that you approach them. And you have to do things in a little different way. But it was that background of competing and always wanting to be the best at whatever I did. And even though I didn't know how to build race cars, I knew that if I was going to be good at it, and a lot of that came from my dad telling me that if I was going to be good at it, I needed to know what made the cars work. So I needed to work on them. And I didn't know how to work on them, but I found a way to work on them and learn to work on them. And that helped me to become a better driver. Because I won't sit here and tell you that I was the most talented race car driver out there, but I know that I did outwork a lot of people. And I was telling the group of at the motorsport facility that we went to in Nebraska today that I remember going to a wind tunnel. My crew chief always wanted to do the midnight to 8 a.m. shift because nobody would be there other than the people running the fans at the wind tunnel, and nobody else wanted to be there at that time of night. But I would go. He wanted me to go, and I wanted to learn, even though it's just air blowing over a car. But that gave me an advantage to be able to see that and make changes to either my driving style or to the race car. And so it's the effort that you put into whatever you're doing. And unfortunately, I had enough talent driving the car that I could make up the rest of it without outworking other people.
Dale Jarrett, NASCAR Hall of Famer, joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Of course, NASCAR's running this weekend in New Hampshire. You'll be there with the USA Sports crew as you are throughout the second half of the season with USA and NBC Sports. Obviously, the biggest story last week, and I'm sure it was probably something you guys talked about late in the race last week, was Kyle Larson and what he did last week by racing 400 laps at Richmond and then flying all the way across the country to Iowa and running Knoxville. And I happened to be at Knoxville and watched him win the Nationals. And a lot of people have talked, Dale, about what it means to the dirt track community for a guy like that to show up. But I'm curious from the other side of the perspective, you being a NASCAR guy, when you would race other series, it would be NASCAR-related series. You'd run the Busch Series or the Truck Series and then run the Cup Series. But I'm curious from a NASCAR perspective, what Kyle Larson and what he has done for grassroots racing, what does that mean for the sport of NASCAR?
Well, it gives NASCAR more coverage to begin with, but I think it also, NASCAR is able to showcase the tremendous talent that Kyle Larson has. There's only a few of these types of drivers and talents that come along in different eras. And Kyle Larson is that one that is right now that can do things that most
I think he hit. You know what?
It sounded like
they're driving back on the interstate.
Oh, sorry, Dale.
Dale, you cut out there for a second. Yeah, go ahead. You cut out there for a second, but go ahead and finish your thought. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. Well, Kyle Larson is that driver that can, whatever you put him in, he has a good chance at winning. And there just aren't that many of those that come along. And he's just such an exceptional talent. And to do what he did Saturday night, he didn't have a good race car, but he somehow managed to put in sixth place in Richmond. He didn't even know that the race in Knoxville had been delayed and that he was going to go do that until he got parked on pit road and they told him, hey, get out. We got to go get the helicopter, get on an airplane. You can still make this race. And then what did he go do but lead every lap and win against the very best in the business? And there's only a few Kyle Larsons that's ever come along. I put A.J. Floyd and Tony Stewart in that category, and Kyle Larson's right there with them.
So, Dale, what's the strategy on throwing out the first pitch? You know, some guys like to throw from the mound, other guys not so much. You got a cutter tonight? Like, what are we looking at?
And yeah, some of them, they don't want you to throw from the mound. If they're going to let me get on the mound, I'm not smart enough not to do that. So that's what I've practiced a little bit at yesterday. I just know that 60 feet, 6 inches, now that I'm almost 70 years old, that's a lot further away. So I got to give it some more air. Don't throw it in the dirt. You know, I might make the catcher have to move a little bit, but hopefully it's not that he's going to have to get out and block it. It's a lot of fun to do. I enjoy it. I love challenges. I've never backed down from many, other than it's just something I think I absolutely can't do. But I love a good football game, and I look forward to throwing out the first pitch.
Awesome. He's going to be at the Storm Chasers game tonight. Dale Jarrett, who was at practice today, he's been here in Nebraska, and you'll actually be back in our neck of the woods here in a month because the Kansas race, which is the 4th race in the chase, is coming up soon. And obviously a lot of people are excited about the point system going back to something that, you know, you're certainly familiar with in your years as a driver. I got to imagine you were probably pretty happy to see something a little more old school back in the sport in terms of determining the champion.
Yeah, I like the fact that every race matters. You know, it wasn't. I never did like the idea of really, even though it provided some great finishes to our season, we were fortunate that when it came down to just having 4 drivers vying for that championship, you know, you didn't have to win, but fortunately, most years you did have to win if you were going to be the champion. And so that was great that it worked out that way. But I like what that this is about. Every race, maximizing what you can get. You don't always have the best car on those days. You have to make the most points that you possibly can. So different strategies, doing your good job as a driver every week is going to make the difference of whether you have a chance to win the championship when we get to Miami in about 12 weeks. So it's a lot of fun. I like the idea and what we have. The fact that the Kansas Speedway is going to be the fourth race. It'll be the first mile-and-a-half race of 3 consecutive races. Las Vegas and Charlotte coming up after it. But Kansas is so different in the way that you drive it and what you do and have to do. And I believe that a lot more drivers feel they have a better chance of winning at Kansas than what they have going to Charlotte and winning or going to Las Vegas and winning. So it becomes a much more competitive race, which benefits the drivers, it benefits the fans that are watching, and it benefits those of us that will be covering it on TV.
Absolutely, and you can get your tickets at NASCAR.com. It's a month away, September 27th at Kansas Speedway. And, of course, watch Dale and his mates this weekend on USA Network as they will be covering the NASCAR race from Loudon. Now, Dale, we do a segment at the end of the show called Predictions, and we always include the NASCAR race. Don't tell my other guys. Give me some insight. Who's going to win this race on Sunday?
Who's going to win this race on Sunday? Christopher Bell.
All right.
Christopher Bell.
I like it.
All right. I didn't hear it, though.
Christopher Bell it is. Dale Jarrett, NASCAR Hall of Famer. Dale, we really appreciate the time. Thanks a lot. Welcome to Nebraska, and have a fun time tonight at the ball game.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you having me on.
You bet.
Thank you, Dale.
Dale Jarrett, former Cup Series champion, NASCAR's Hall of Famer, and his dad, Ned Jarrett, one of the great gentlemen of all time in the sport. Really good family.
Yeah, so and what a fun conversation. The responses have been awesome. Husker Thunder, never thought I'd hear Dale Jarrett talking Huskers. What a treat. We got multiple texts. Dan, I love this. There was a text from the 402. It's cool AF hearing Dale Jarrett on your station. Nice get, Nick. And
Oh, you know what I did? I forgot to ask Dale if he was driving the big brown truck.
Mm.
Nick would get that reference.
Also, there was a comment a few minutes ago from Mustache Adam where he said, had no clue Dale Jarrett was of golf, but Brandon did. He commented right at the start of the interview. He said, good thing he wasn't golfing in your tournament. He was a legit golfer growing up. He had a scholarship for golf. Was it South Carolina,
Yes.
I believe, that he
yes, he had a
could have done
Division
that?
I scholarship.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah. So anyway, great. Thanks for the folks at NASCAR and of course the Storm Chasers for hooking us up with Dale Jarrett somewhere out there on the interstate in the big brown truck.
Awesome.
All right, when we come back, it's movie club time. Kent Walgamon is waiting in the green room. We're going to talk Friday Night Lights.
Oh, it's a great night for football.
On 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club. Elkins Movie Club. It's Elkins Movie Club.
With Kent Wolgamott. Hello, Kent. Happy Friday.
Hello. How y'all doing?
We are here at the Phoenix as part of our after party for 1620, the golf tournament. So if it's a little loud in here, we apologize.
And if there's a little delay in the conversation, I have noticed that with our few guests today that there's just a little bit of a lag. So let's all be careful.
There's about a half second to a second drop.
Yep.
I'm used to I've done this before. So
yes, you have. You are indeed a veteran. You were in the green room earlier. We had Dale Jarrett on. I know you're always getting in your silly F1 references. We had a NASCAR guy on.
Yeah, well, I was saying, are we talking racing today? We got all kinds of things. A, Max. B, sprint qualifying at the summer, most boring summer month is over. The Dutch Grand Prix is Sunday. The sprint is tomorrow. And then there's the most ridiculous race in the history of major racing going to happen on Sunday afternoon in the United States Capitol. Having lived in D.C.
This weekend?
Yes, I can tell you that track is going to be hot garbage. It's a bunch of left-hand, right angle turns, and a mile and a half, mile and 2/3 long. We're going to have us a parade in downtown D.C.
Yeah, the streets in downtown, near the mall in D.C. aren't the greatest in the world. I go there every winter, and it's like
Georgetown.
Street races usually don't go that well.
So Alex Palou, he's an Indy driver.
Yes.
Palou, he did a drive around ride along in the simulator on the track. For most of the turns, he's in first gear. There's a couple where he might be in third gear on a straight, and there's maybe 2 passing zones.
And what's the high gear that they normally get into? Like
I think
4 or 5?
I think they have 6-speed.
They got 6 gears, I think, in IndyCar. So, yeah. And apparently the street's really so bumpy that it's bumping the cars off the track. They're bumping so hard they're going airborne. That's going to be a fine race.
Are they porpoising, Kent?
I don't think I have seen any porpoising, but any reports thereof. But who knows?
Well, the movie this week, and it's in honor. High school football starts.
Had you seen this before?
I had never seen the movie before.
Okay.
So I thought I'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone with high school football starting, and I've not seen it before. But Friday Night Lights, the movie that, of course, is based off the book, which is the OG, and then later on, of course, we got the television series. But Billy Bob Thornton is the coach. I didn't realize Connie Britton also was in the movie. I thought she was just in the TV show.
And she doesn't say, I don't think, 1 word the whole movie.
She's got like 3 lines.
At the dinner scene.
Because she was like, why don't we move to Alaska?
That's right. And then did you notice, too, Buddy Garrity? Did you watch the television show?
I did not see the television
show. Okay, so there's this booster in the TV show named Buddy Garrity, and he is the booster in the movie as well, which is so funny. I had forgotten that Buddy was in the movie. I was like, oh, that's right. I forgot that he was in this thing. Yeah.
But, I mean, for those of you who haven't seen it, it's basically just the story of 1 season at Permian High School in
Texas.
Odessa.
Midland, Texas.
It's in Odessa.
Odessa, Texas. Yeah. And
1989.
it just tells the story of this one season, and of course, how crazy the world of high school football is in the state of Texas. I would, you know, there's a lot of these types of movies, just football movies about how obsessive people are. The Program, Varsity Blues, but this one's actually based off the book. Kent, had you read the book previously?
Yes, and I went back and looked up my review, and here's a reason why I like to have not read books before I see the movies that are based on them, because my lead in of my review of the movie was when I read Buzz Bissinger's book, I was appalled by the casual racism of this school and by some of the corruption, for lack of a better word, all of which was left out of the movie, right? This movie is not a word-for-word copy of Buzz Bissinger's great book. It may be the best sports book written in the last half century. It's really good. It's not that. And in fact, the games they play aren't the same in the same order they played them. And no spoilers here, even though it's a 25-year-old movie. If you haven't seen it, there's no point in us spoiling it. But that didn't happen the way it's shown on let's just say the real game was like 14-9. I think the final score was, not 50-40 or whatever it is in the movie. So,
and it was in a different round of the playoffs too. It was in a different round of the playoffs.
Absolutely. So those things, but once I said that, I thought this is a really great. I said it's the best movie ever made about high school football, period. Well, there's nothing even close. And my only real criticism of it was the same criticism I have with virtually every high school movie. All the people in it are in their 20s, and high school kids don't look like that, especially in the locker room when those cut guys are like 22, 23-year-old guys that are in great shape and cut. High school kids just don't look like that. They can't.
I've always wondered about that, Kent. Are you worried about, the age of the actors and being able to, get off an honest performance? Why is it? And it's not just this, but, I think back to like 90210, all those guys were in their 20s when that thing started. Why do they not try to cast actual high school age people for these roles?
Because number one, they have there are limits on how long you can use actors under the age of 18 in anything.
Okay.
At least in California, for sure, where they can only work so many hours a day, and then you have to provide education for them and blah, 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 blah. So like when I've talked to, and these aren't teenage kids, these were like when Dakota Fanning was little, I went and interviewed her on a junket, and she was probably 8, and she could work, I think, 4 hours a day. She had a tutor with her. She had a nanny with her, yada, yada, yada. So when you have a kid, all of that comes along with it. So it's easier to cast 18, 19, 20-year-olds than 17-year-olds.
Yeah. Ken, I thought, I saw this movie for the first time when it was in theaters. I was in high school when it came out, and so I was like literally the perfect age, right? And you go there and you see it, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I love how much they love high school football there. And then you get older and you view it through an entirely different lens of being an adult, and you're like, wow, they love high school football way too much, to the point of not having the proper perspective. And man, I really think that shows itself with the Boobie Miles character. And he is the, all-American running back with all of the high school offers. like Kent said, the way in which things happen in the movie are different than in real life. But he suffered an injury in the movie, and he suffers an injury in real life. But Kent, man, it is so frustrating watching how the adults in the room know that they are all making a mistake with him, whether it's his uncle, who is his caretaker, whether it is the coach. Certainly, I mean, I don't think the doctor obviously was happy with what was about to happen, but it's like depressing to watch that and just think how many Booby Miles out there have there been out there over the years, but especially in this time period when medicine is still not where it is today, and even where it will be in probably 20 or 30 years. And so I thought that he is a great encapsulation of that, but same with the quarterback and the conversations he's always having with his mom about things. Like there's like one player seemingly that the movie focuses on, because there's probably 4 or 5 players that we're really following who kind of has perspective, and he's the guy who goes to Harvard, you know?
Yep.
So that makes all the sense in the world.
The along that line, what you were saying, watching it, I've seen this movie through who knows how many times, but when I watched it the other day, I thought this thing is also kind of a time capsule. That high school football, football in general, but high school football specifically here, has changed so much in the last, this 25 years old now, give or take, right? So it's completely different. And then I'm thinking, you make this movie today, you're dealing with NIL and agents and all that kind of nonsense, right? I mean, it's like completely such a change. The other 2 things I did want to say about the movie as you watch it, just to know for yourself in reality, Odessa is a city. It's not a small town.
Yes.
The movie makes it seem like it's kind of a small town. Odessa's well over 100,000 population. I know they have at least 2 high schools. They may have 3 high schools. So you're not watching that small town part of it is kind of written into the movie, as in this group of people is a small town, but Odessa certainly isn't a small town.
Yeah. You know, the other thing too, Ken, I'm going to speak out of both sides of my mouth now for a moment. I also think that it really does capture that kind of a place that has history and how the next generation is always going after the ghosts, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We know about that around here, of course, covering Husker football. And what's so funny is in the moment, they're just removed from their last state championship. And as the movie says at the end, they would actually win another one in 89. And I went to their website the other day after I finished it. I think they won their final one in 1991. But like there's that scene where they're at the kind of like a drive-in restaurant type of a situation. And that one dude walks up and he's like, you know, don't sleep, enjoy every moment. And then he's like, get you one of these. And he shows him his ring. And I thought that like that part of the movie, it clicks so well that just like, not only is there the weight of the world on these players to win for themselves, but they feel like they got to win it for everybody who came before them. And I thought that the movie captured that very well.
Absolutely. And that's also then part of the key driver with Tim McGraw and his son.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know, my thoughts here are kind of random but I thought after this film that Tim McGraw might go on to become quite a good actor, because he's abusive drunken father of one of the football players. I thought he was great, and he did some more stuff, but he never did anything this good. And I also thought Peter Berg might go on to be a really great director, but he's instead bounced back and forth between directing and acting and television and movies and whatever. But I thought this was a fabulously made film, and watching it again, what I noticed this time, maybe more than before, is this is a big studio, big budget film, right? This looks great. It's got all the production values, but it was all shot basically on location, including, I read today, in Manhattan, Kansas, of all places.
Oh,
the
really?
Town was Aggieville, apparently. News.
I thought the cutting, Kent, in like the first scene, basically it's like one of the first scenes in the movie when they're going through practice, but also like intercut with the media in it. Like that stuff is great, where the music is hitting and there's all these collisions on the field. That is spectacular stuff.
I will say 12 minutes. I did. That was 12 full minutes.
Oh, wow.
So go ahead, Nick.
Wow. What were you saying, Nick?
The one thing that I kind of took issue with, as far like the rest of the editing and cutting was great, but there were a few moments where there would be some weird fast zoom ins or zoom outs, and it kind of like it was a bit jarring to me. It had kind of that Office documentary type of feel.
Oh yeah,
I get that
it was handheld camera.
What they were trying to go for, but with all the other really good cutting and editing, I was surprised that they wanted to do those kinds of camera zooms and tricks. I guess that it was just there was a few times where it really got me.
Wasn't that kind of a style of the time there?
I was going to say that was of its time. That was of its absolutely of its time.
Yeah. You know, we've gone this far into the conversation, and we haven't really talked about Billy Bob.
Yeah,
Billy Bob Thornton, of course, is the head coach, and I mean, he's one of those guys where it's hard to remember a film that he is in where he wasn't really good at what he did.
Oh,
you know, where he just, you know, even if he's not the lead, he is the lead here, but even when he's not, he seems to really capture the essence of whoever he's playing, and he seems to kind of dominate the scene at times. But I thought, you know, Billy Bob was really good at this.
Absolutely. And he came through here 10 years ago before the pandemic with his band, the Box Cutters. They're actually good. Go see them if they come around. And I hadn't interviewed him before or anything, but I just literally ran into him on the street and talked to him for a few minutes and made some remark about the football, you know, being in Nebraska, whatever. And then I said something to him about playing a coach, and he said, that was my high school coach.
Ken, I just, Connor Happer sitting to our left, and he sent me a text. And so you said no spoilers. Let's do a spoiler morning just for the next minute, because I do want to read this because I think it's a great observation. He says, so again, spoiler warning for Friday Night Lights, real life, and the movie. He says, this movie was the first one I saw in theaters where the bad guys win at the end, and I was absolutely shocked. And I think I remember being like, wait, what? They don't win? I could not believe that was how the movie ends. It blew my mind that they didn't win state.
Were they the bad guys, though?
Carter?
Yeah,
well, they're
were
not
they the bad guys?
Well, they're not, you know.
Yeah, but
the all black school, those are the bad guys.
Oh, you just set Connor off. You know, it's funny.
Happer's leaving.
It's funny because this was the first time I had seen it, and I didn't know how it ended.
Yeah.
And I expected them to lose.
Oh, really?
So I can understand.
But you're in your 50s now, right? Yeah.
But I can understand 20 years ago, movies like this always ended, unless it's Rocky, where, you know, the
yeah, that's probably the first one that I saw as a kid where the bad guy won.
That the antagonists win.
Yeah.
But I have now been so conditioned into thinking it the other way around that I was like, oh, the thing that kind of surprised me was the game was starting to be a blowout early, and I'm like, oh my God, are they going to just get walked off the field?
And like Ken said, the score was only 14-9. Like, it was a super the under hit.
Yeah.
Someone needs to teach Hollywood. Someone needs to teach Hollywood that defensive games can be dramatic too. You don't have to have a 50-44 game to be dramatic.
And I would say, Ken, like that is if I were to offer a criticism along the lines of like what John talks about with Days of Thunder, there's just a little bit of, they turn stuff up a little too.
Yeah.
I mean, Hell Yes Play of the movie, it's like the craziest scramble in the history of football. You know, it's like, okay, like I think it was actually a pass. The season ended on a pass instead of a run. So it's like you can do things normally. You don't have to make everything that crazy, do you? But I guess, you know, I'm not a movie producer, so what do I know?
I am confused about some of the scoring in the last game.
Yeah.
Because at one point they were up 8-0, right? Because that was their whole bit, right? They never kicked.
Mm-hmm.
But then another point it said it was 18-0, and I've been trying to figure out the math.
How do you get to 18 and not?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Was there a safety?
Not that they showed. So like,
well,
I guess
they
it's
didn't
supposed
show
to be
all
a
the
suit.
scores.
I get that, but even
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up though, John, because in my head, while I was watching, I've also never seen this movie before. I knew almost nothing going into this movie other than it was a show that people liked a lot.
Show's awesome.
I've heard people say the show's better than
I like
the
the
movie.
show more than the movie, yeah.
So when I was watching this, I'm like, well, they must have won at the end because why would it be a movie otherwise? Like,
Yeah.
I had that thought.
Yep.
So I felt a little deflated. And then when the thing happened at the
Yeah.
end, I'm like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
Well, I mean, it was good for what it is. And you're right, Ken. I think it probably best is served today as a time capsule.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people, if they discover it for the first time, they'll be like, wow, it used to be like this versus how it is today. And so I'm glad it exists for that purpose. Honestly, I wonder if you can make a good movie about high school sports today.
Because of the trappings of modern life.
Sure. And I could say the same thing about college sports too, because of how things have changed. Does it make
I mean, there's still drama in that though, right? It's just
There
a
is.
different type of genre.
There is. I'm just curious if
Drama.
anyone will pursue it.
Yeah.
Well, and more, as soon as the focus becomes not on the field, so to speak, which is how a contemporary picture would have to be made, right? Because it's going to have to pull in all these other issues that are going on. Then you lose that traditional sports movie arc in a way, right? Because it becomes about off the field and not on the field. Nothing wrong with that. But I don't think you could make a movie like this about high school or college sports until at least things settle out a little bit.
Yeah, I can't imagine they're going to be able to make a movie about all college sports with everything happening in a courtroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Kent, before we get Nick's pick for next week, I also want to say this was the first time that I'd ever heard explosions in the sky when I saw this movie, and I went on an insane kick of listening to all of their stuff, which is used, I mean, constantly. They are the soundtrack of this movie, and they're a Texas band. And in particular, the song that they play when Billy Bob Thornton, I used his speech in numerous opens that I would make, like hype opens, because I think it is so good. But that's Your Hand in Mine, which is one of my favorites by them, and it's so good.
The music in this movie was incredible. The last game, I was locked in because honestly, it was just really entertainingly shot.
Yeah.
But when they started playing the Stooges, I got hyped because I love I Want to Be Your Dog. That song is awesome. And I'm like, oh, I was getting more into it. So the music on this whole picture was so great.
Yeah.
One last thing I did want to touch on quick. So the movie first started, I heard the quarterback talk.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that's Lucas Black because he's very distinct. I've watched a lot of Tokyo Drift. That is one of my favorite movies ever. And Lucas Black is the main character, also plays a high schooler, even though he's like 30, in Tokyo Drift. And because I've seen Tokyo Drift so much, it was really hard for me, whenever Lucas Black was on screen talking, to not just picture his character from Tokyo Drift, because I'm pretty sure his character was also in Texas at the beginning of the movie, and he just basically plays the same kind of guy. He wasn't a football player, but he was kind of acting the character the same in Tokyo Drift that he acted in Friday Night Lights.
I'll be honest with you, I would have preferred Lewis Black.
Never seen Tokyo Drift.
Well, next week
you've not seen
that would be funny.
One of the best movies of all time, Josh.
Ask Lewis Hamilton.
I watched the first two Fast and the Furious movies, and I was done
Josh,
with them.
that's like saying you've never listened to Mozart.
No, I don't think so. Mark Winchell. All right, Nick.
Happer is still triggered at what Nick said.
That was hilarious.
It's what Happer said. I didn't say
fun.
anything.
All right,
exactly
Nick. What are we watching next week, and how much time do we need to carve out for it?
So
look at Odson.
We are over 200 episodes in the movie club. We're approaching 300.
We're at 290.
Yes.
This is 291.
And yet we've never talked about the movie that inspired basically every movie ever of all time.
We did that one time.
We're going to HBO, but I also have it on Blu-ray.
Okay.
To watch Seven Samurai. It's an Akira Kurosawa film.
Can't
Three
your
and a half
thoughts?
hours. There is an intermission.
Oh, there you go, John. There's an intermission.
Well, yeah, there's an intermission. It's called the pause button.
No, it's a real intermission. This is one of the great movies of all time. I last saw it last year, maybe on the big screen on the whatever year revival it was, remastered. It's once you see it, you'll see some of what it inspired. You can't not know right away, but it's Kurosawa was probably one of the 5 great filmmakers, my view, ever. And this is one of his very best. I would say one of his 3, 4 best. You'll like it. It's going to be long, but you'll like it.
I'm looking forward to it. I actually heard it come up on a podcast that I was listening to recently, Ken. It was before the Odyssey, and they were talking about the great epics. And so this came up in that conversation. And then Nick, I swear to God, texted me that he watched it like a week later, and he was like, I think I might pick this for Movie Club.
Yeah, I just recently watched this for the very first time, and I loved it so much, I bought it on Blu-ray. I bought another Kurosawa film I've never seen before on Blu-ray, and I will watch this movie again for next week.
Awesome.
I love this movie.
There you go, John. 3.5 hours. You'll be fine. You got plenty of time.
And I wanted to pick it now, so it was either between this or another film, and I'm like, well, this is right before football season, so it's probably the best
Our
chance
lives
to watch
are,
it.
we're about to have a little bit more of a time
So
crunch.
I did you a favor, John. You're
there
welcome.
you go. Good job by you, Nick.
This is number 291, by the way.
Whoa.
Wow.
This week is number 291 in Movie Club.
So we'll hit 300.
300
in
is
October-ish.
We will hit 300 the day before.
Do we know
Halloween.
whose pick that's going to be yet?
Oh, no. I mean, we could probably figure it out right now.
It's either going to be Fellowship or Tokyo Drift if it's my pick.
So I'm 292. John will be 293. Nick will be 294. I'll be 295. John will be 296. Nick will be 297. I'll be 298. John will be 299, and Nick will be 300.
Yes! Yes!
Fellowship of the Ring it
We're
is.
going to do Fellowship. It's going to happen.
We have never let Kent pick a movie.
Oh, that's true.
I think Kent should pick 300.
Nice job, John.
You're just trying to get out of Fellowship of the Ring.
You GD right. All right. Well, Kent, have a great weekend. Enjoy the Wooden Shoes Grand Prix, and
nice.
We'll catch up with you next week.
Sounds good. And go Max. It would be beautiful if he would win the last Dutch Grand Prix.
It would be, but I don't want him to.
Agreed.
Sure.
Thank you, Kent.
All right, Kent
Yeah.
Club. And when we will be back with more from the Phoenix one. Again, thank all our great sponsors, Quality Brands and Cutwater.
Oh, yeah.
Langfeld Overhead Doors, the T-Box, designed for Broncos and Fernando's, IBEW Local 22, Lindley Clothing, Early Bird, of course, the Phoenix, and the Johnny Rogers Career Technical Scholarship.
And the Usher Media Group.
Thank you, Usher Media Group.
Shout out to the Usher Media Group.
Yes, Usher Media Group.
I don't know. We're on the piece of paper.
That's
us.
us.
Thanking us.
We're on the piece of paper.
Thank you, me.
All right, we'll be back. We got a lot more to come. I am determined, because Josh won't let me, but I am determined to get fired up for football.
I'm fired up.
So we're going to do a pre-fired up for football before fired up for football.
Okay.
Coming up on 1620 The Zone. football. Now, we're not quite there yet.
No.
But I did want to share, because earlier this week, Bill Conley, friend of the program,
Heck yeah, man.
he did a column on, because there's so much nonsense going on in football right now, including the ruling of today, that we lose
Will they,
sight.
won't they?
We
Will they,
lose
won't
sight
they?
of how many exciting games we have. So what he did was, in his column, he identified some games to be really excited about. And so what he did was he took 3 games from each week of the college football season, and it was between teams with the highest combined projected ranking in his SP Plus.
Okay.
The projected scoring margin.
Okay. So, AK, will the game be close or not?
Of less than 10 points. And then
Okay.
if they happen to be of teams that were ranked in the preseason coaches poll.
Okay.
Now, not all of them were, but just take a look. Just take a look, Josh Peterson,
Oh, I'm looking.
at what we have to look forward to in week 1.
Oh, everyone says week 1's bad this year. You're telling me it's good?
Well, at least 3 games will be decent.
It's good.
Clemson, LSU, Louisville, Ole Miss, SMU, Florida State. Then you get week 2. This is the SEC Big Ten Challenge. This will basically be the only time these 2 conferences play each other until the postseason. Ohio State, Texas, Oklahoma, and Michigan.
Don't forget, John, Minnesota's playing Mississippi State this season.
Of course. Week 3. Now, week 3, LSU, Ole Miss, that's all you need.
Oh, hell yeah, man.
The rest of it, I mean, SMU, Louisville could be very interesting.
Oh, yeah, man. ACC race is going to be fun. I know we're
Yes,
all
it is.
penciling Miami in, but the second place race is going to be dynamite.
Week 4, Oregon at USC.
That's pretty nice.
Oklahoma at Georgia.
That's nice.
A&M at LSU.
Okay, sign me up for all
This
those.
is a good week.
Nick, that's a good week. Stop denying it.
Week 5, Miami at Clemson. The other 2, maybe not as much.
Yeah.
Florida, Missouri, Auburn at Tennessee. But, hey, it's
Yeah.
the SEC. It just means more.
Yeah.
Week 6, Georgia at Alabama. Oklahoma at Texas.
Ooh.
Those
Red
are
River?
2 really good
Red
games.
River? I love Red River.
Week, week 7.
Where's Kenneth at? Kenneth knows about week 7.
Week 7.
Notre Dame going to BYU?
Notre
Let's
Dame
go.
goes to BYU.
Oh.
Ohio State at Indiana.
Oh.
And the 3rd Saturday in October, Alabama at Tennessee.
I love it. I
Week
love it.
8, Indiana, Michigan. A&M, Alabama. And Tennessee, South Carolina.
It's okay. Are we getting to the best week of the season yet?
Look at week 9, and Nebraska
close.
got a mention.
Whoa, Halloween.
South Carolina at Oklahoma, Auburn at Ole Miss, Washington at Nebraska.
Tim May would be proud.
He would be
Nebraska mention.
Week 10, that's the week.
This is the best weekend of the entire season.
Might be one of the best weekends we've seen ever.
It's incredible. And it's coming in November. It's the first Saturday of November, so that's going to make it even more anticipated.
Oregon at Ohio State.
Sign me up.
Miami at Notre Dame.
Let's go.
Georgia at Ole Miss.
There's even more, so we're just going the top 3.
Yeah, this was just the
but
top
there's,
3.
There's even more in that weekend. It's awesome.
Week 11, Texas at LSU.
Ooh.
Tennessee at A&M. Ole Miss at Oklahoma. The SEC, the South, rises again.
Just in football, John.
Week 12, A&M, Oklahoma. Man, A&M's on this a lot. Indiana,
Yeah.
Washington. LSU at Tennessee. And then week 13, of course, that's rivalry week. Iron Bowl, Texas at Texas A&M. Notice, Michigan, Ohio State doesn't even make the list.
No, yeah.
But this is some of the stuff you get to look forward to this year.
How about that, Matt? We're excited for football. Matt's excited. Yeah. No, we're up against it.
We're
Sorry.
up against it.
We have a
Plus-
guest coming up at 2:50, Matt.
Yeah, we have a guest coming up. Actually, we have Mitch Holtis coming up because it's time for a Chiefs training camp update. Chiefs getting ready to play Tampa tomorrow night. You'll be, of course, be able to hear Mitch's call on the Chiefs Radio Network. And, of course, we are your home for the Chiefs this year.
Awesome.
On is it going to be on 1290 or Yacht Rock?
1290.
1290.
Thank
News
you,
Talk
Nick.
1290 will be the home of the Chiefs broadcast this year. But, of course, all of Mitch's reports brought to you by Hy-Vee. The world's best tailgating begins at Hy-Vee. Proud grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Here's Mitch Holtis.
As you hear this, I'll be in the air headed to Tampa, Florida for tomorrow night's preseason game between the Chiefs and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And as always, here's a checklist to follow in this second preseason game. 1 quarterback rotation. Coach Reed stated yesterday in St. Joseph that veteran Justin Fields will play probably a quarter and a half. Rookie Garrett Nussmeier will play the rest of the second quarter and then into the third, and Chris Oladokun will play the remainder of the game. Patrick Mahomes is not scheduled to play tomorrow night, but Coach Reed said that's not set in stone. We'll have more information from Coach on his pregame show tomorrow night. Offensive line is the second area to pay attention to. The Chiefs are dealing with injuries to starters Trey Smith and Josh Simmons. The O-line this week at camp has been a mix and a match, and the Buccaneers are expected to play their number ones for a good portion of the first half. That means tomorrow night's a big test for the O-line, especially undrafted rookie Khalil Benson. Wide receiver, there has to be some separation and definition soon in this room of who can be counted on by Patrick Mahomes consistently. It's a big game for young receivers Jalen Royals, Cyrus Allen, and upstart Andrew Armstrong. Another area, rookies on both sides of the ball. This group has been impressive in training camp, but can they continue to climb tomorrow night, especially since they may be staring the Tampa Bay number ones in the face for a good deal of the first half? Running back Emmett Johnson, slot corner Jaden Kennedy, as well as R. Mason Thomas, edge rusher, will be closely evaluated. And finally, the defensive secondary. The 6th overall pick in the draft, Chiefs rookie Mansour Delane, is scheduled to make his debut tomorrow night. This group overall was a plus in the Rams game, showing aggression and tenacity, especially on third down. But can they do it again? Most notably against Bucs quarterback Baker Mayfield, who's expected to start. On the way to Tampa, I'm Mitch Holthus, voice of the Chiefs.
Welcome back to the Phoenix. The 1620, the golf tournament after party continues. We still have a few of the golfers that have hung around.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
They're probably ready for a shower.
They are ready for a shower and a nap.
Oh, yeah. I just talked to Joey. Joey's been up since 3 a.m. He's a little sleepy. He was like, I don't know if I'm going to make it through the whole Packers game tonight. You know, it's a preseason. That's why he's in his Packers garb.
Well, just record it. You can watch it in the morning.
Just record it.
What's that?
Jordan Love.
Love is playing tonight.
Ah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah,
you don't want to get anyone hurt.
Good luck with that, Dan. Yeah, seriously.
I was watching. Just to show you how much things have changed.
Were you watching the preseason yesterday?
No, but there was like the history. I can't remember the account that I follow, but he does a great job of like documenting like the history of the NFL. And it was.
I bet I know who this is.
It was the first time that the Jets played the Giants.
Okay.
And it was a preseason game, I believe, in 1970. This is when the AFL and NFL merged.
Okay.
And the Jets won like 38-16. Mm-hmm. Joe Namath played half the game. Wow. Joe Namath, the starting quarterback, played like more than half the game. I mean, they treated the preseason games like they were actual games.
Is it Kevin Gallagher?
Kevin Gallagher. It's a really good.
Great
good
account.
Follow.
Yeah, excellent historian. And I remember, John, first year I remember watching the NFL was 96. And I remember at some point in the late 90s, early 2000s, going up to visit my Uncle Mark, who lived in South Dakota at the time. And the Vikings were playing their third preseason game. And I think the starters played more than a half.
Yes.
Maybe 3/4.
Because it used to be the preseason was, hey, we're getting ready for the season.
It was like game 1 was a quarter. Game 2 was a half. Game 3 was sometimes 3/4. And then game 4 was the one where it was just the end of the bench, the scrubs, the guys who weren't going to make the roster.
Right. It's
incredible.
It's amazing how the philosophy of what to do in preseason has changed.
Yeah, it's funny. There's a guy for the Cowboys who's been a little banged up. Played for Michigan last year, Jayshawn Barham, and he's a linebacker. And so he's missing practice. But it sounds like he's playing tomorrow night in Arizona. And I'm like, cool, I want to see him, and I'm excited. But I'm also like, God, it makes me so uncomfortable, even though I do think it's important for them to get out and play a little football. Certainly not the quarterbacks. I do not want Dak touching the field right now, and he hasn't played in the preseason in years. But it's also like, but they need to kind of get up to snuff a little bit, right? You got to get used to the speed of everything. And so I do not envy coaches and GMs at this time of year, especially with rookies who they're trying, like preseason speed is going to be different than regular season speed, but you still need to see something from them versus, I mean, does it do you any good just doing the end of the bench? I don't think so. But I mean, if you lose a guy in September or in August, you're going to be kicking yourself. That said, you're
going to be kicking yourself, and people are going to be kicking you.
Very much so. On the other hand,
because you do not want to lose any stars in a game that means absolutely nothing. And the season, and we were mentioning that Jets-Giants game. That was back when the regular season was 14 games.
Sure, so they had
now it's 17 games, and it's a long year.
100%.
And the playoffs are longer, for teams that have those aspirations. So, you'll be playing – in a perfect world, you'll play 20 games.
Yeah.
Not counting the preseason. So,
yeah. And maybe 21.
And the sport has just gotten more
faster, more physical.
Physical, all of that.
Yeah.
So, it's still kind of interesting, though, to watch some of them because you do get a chance. We talked about it a lot this week, but, the ability for me to watch, Ty Simpson play with the Rams and some of those guys.
Right?
Yeah, he played two plus quarters of that game. So, there's still some things that are interesting to watch. And I'll be fascinated to see. There's one reason. I don't know if we're going to get their broadcast, but did you know that the Bucs-Chiefs game, John Gruden is doing play-by-play? I
saw that, yeah.
So, I mean.
We'll get the Chiefs one here.
We'll get the Chiefs one here, but maybe the rebroadcast on NFL Network.
Yeah, I bet they will.
Very interesting to hear John Gruden calling a game.
Gosh, I forgot about that. But, he hasn't called a football game since his ESPN Monday Night Football.
But he's calling play-by-play.
Oh, he's announcing?
Apparently, he's doing play-by-play.
I didn't realize that.
He's not doing analyst. He's doing play-by-play.
That's hilarious.
It's going to be Spider 2-eye banana.
I don't know how that'll go.
I don't know either. But either way, good. Some preseason stuff coming up. In fact, Well, the Packers are playing tonight. What are the games on NFL? What is the game on NFL Network tonight? Is that the Packers?
No, they'll be on locally. They're on KETV, right, Joey?
Oh, they.
Oh. All right, so the NFL Network game tonight is Jets and Steelers. That's at 6. And then now, John, because we are of ESPN Unlimited, if you want to watch Panthers Jaguars, you can do that at 6:30 on ESPN Unlimited.
Oh, nice.
And then at 8 o'clock, it'll be Packers Broncos. But yeah, like Joey said, it'll be on. I don't remember where the Broncos air, but they're on. Yeah. I was gonna say maybe it's like the CW or something like that. So they'll be available over there.
All right. Well, again, want to thank all of our great sponsors: Quality Brands of Omaha and Cutwater, Langfeld Overhead Door. No one got the hole-in-one, I understand.
Not surprised.
No one
sadly.
got the hole-in-one. Well, you know what? Next year we just need to up it.
Oh,
50,000.
Are you putting up the money?
No.
Nick will.
No, I'm not putting
Nick
up
will
the money.
put up his 7 Samurai Blu-ray.
Happer is. Happer's putting up the money.
Shout out to Happer
the
with his
$50,000
$800
Happer
jobs.
chance. Well, yeah, he probably got 3 more.
Yeah.
While he was
Did
here.
you get any new jobs when you were hobnobbing earlier? 3 new jobs.
Told you.
He's a busy man.
The T-Box, Design 4, Broncos and Fernando's, IBEW Local 22, Lindley Clothing, Early Bird, Phoenix, and the Johnny Rogers Career Technical Scholarship.
And Usher Media Group.
That's us.
It's on the piece of paper, John. He
Yeah,
will read everything you put in the teleprompter.
There's a lot of things on the piece of paper, and I ended up not having to scratch them all out. Happy hour's coming up next. We've got the return of predictions finally after a month absence.
Yep. People are demanding.
And our final half hour, it's the Super Friends Roundtable with Jack Mitchell.
Awesome. So we got a lot to get to.
A lot to get to.
And a one Cutwater Friday.
And a one Cutwater Friday. I need a cold Cutwater. That's what I need.
Nice.
We need a cold Cutwater for one Cutwater Friday. Thanks to our great sponsors at Quality Brands of Omaha. We'll be back to the Phoenix in just a moment. Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame. Taking the steroids, feeling no pain. 16-20 the zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat
Throw.
from your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably have beer center.
Each week, Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Come on, get them up. It's one Cutwater Friday or one beer Friday. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Phoenix. It's our 1620, the golf tournament after party. Thanks to everybody for participating this year. And already folks are starting to line up for next year.
That's awesome.
It's good that we pulled this off. It's rare that
I never doubted us.
It's rare. No. I had full faith and confidence in our group to do it. It was McMaster that I didn't have the
I believed in you, Matt. Did you hear me? I complimented you earlier. Matt, oh, good. Matt is the reason this happened. They said, all right, if you want to do this, you got to plan it. And look at what happened. We're here drinking delicious stuff. Our friends from Liquid Trucking are here, dropping off.
Oh, Liquid Trucking is
lovely
here.
gifts. Let's go.
Man, it's gifts all around.
I love gifts.
But courtesy of our co-sponsor of this year's 1620, the golf tournament, Cutwater. I have not had the lemon drop. I wonder how this is.
Ooh, I bet it's good. Is it good?
That's tart.
Yeah?
It's very tart.
Oh, I love a good tart.
Tart.
Justin writes, hey, guys, enter the chat just to ask this question. Can someone explain the intro song where Nick, it's actually Stibbs, is interjecting the word through? Been listening for 2 years and still don't get it. Well, I can do some explaining for the listener, John. There was this band named Blink-182. I guess they're still around, aren't they? Not in their original iteration. And there was a song that they would do, and it was titled, It Would Be Nice to Have a Blow
Through.
And it ends with blow through from your mom. Who wouldn't want a nice blow through from someone else's mom? And so Stibbs sung that, and that was how long ago did we start that segment? Like a decade?
About a decade ago.
And so that was our little way to kick off the blow through.
Yeah.
But now we just call it the happy hour, but we still play that. Even though this is now officially the happy hour. We blow through the top of the hour every hour.
We do blow through the top of the hour every hour, but that's how it started. And it's just kind of stayed there. Patrick wants to know, I'm at the bar and my newborn baby is about to be here. Would you please take a picture of it? Of course. Of course I will.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm getting requests now to hold people's children.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it was awesome. We had this from Sindelar.
That's because I'm the
earlier.
only person on this staff that A, has children, and B, doesn't have a restraining order and a 500-foot radius on them.
Yeah, tough look for Nick. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Good point.
But yeah, so Sindelar asked. I don't know if he was being serious, but then Kenneth asked, and you fell for it for a half second, and now, oh, they really are? Okay, they really are. That's funny.
Oh, they're on their way? Okay, bring them on over. Yeah, sure, why not? You know.
Don't you need to see the baby?
Come on, see the baby.
Liquid Trucking.
Liquid Trucking, the sponsors of the Zone Twitter feed are here.
Shout out.
Great to be here. Thank you to our wonderful sponsors here for John for always getting our name right.
That's
always.
right.
He's never made a mistake.
I have never said anything about a construction company, ever. It's always been Liquid Trucking.
Oh, so he's got one
He's
for.
got gifts for every.
Thank you.
Man,
And
we got gifts all over the place.
Nice.
Oh wow, they're praising JB.
That's
all
me.
right, all right.
Look at this.
Posh Jeterson.
Jeterson.
Let's go.
We got.
Shout out.
Wow, you guys got your own bags and everything.
Here, you want to hook him up with the headphone?
Yeah.
There we go.
Here, just a second. Let's give you the headphone so we can hear you better.
Liquid Trucking. 35 years. Is that this year?
That was a couple years ago.
Oh, a couple years ago.
No, but hey,
So now you're 37.
they're still our best.
So these are dated.
These are still our best bags we got, John. Only the best.
Oh,
for
I
you, buddy.
see.
Look at
Yeah.
this. I'm
Wow,
using
that's
the koozie right now.
That is a heavy duty T-shirt.
That's a heavy duty koozie.
That is a heavy
I'm
duty
a huge
T-shirt.
fan.
Oh yeah, hey everybody.
I am
needs
now a
koozie.
member. Oh, and it's got a pocket. I like it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're gonna put in there, John. But again, great yard work.
I'm
here,
gonna
so
put a
maybe,
baby in there.
There you go.
I'm gonna
Maybe
put a baby in there.
maybe some pliers or what do homeowners need?
Screwdriver.
That's a great
Screwdriver.
question. What do homeowners need?
I don't
Well,
know.
I would
screwdriver,
love to know
hammer.
someday.
Oh wait, is there a flashlight in here too?
There is. Hey,
Oh,
now that's a dad move right there. My dad, every time I see him, is giving me a new flashlight. So that's why I'm giving you guys one of those.
Look at this.
That
You
is
got the
sweet.
T-shirt. We were just talking, Nick and I were yesterday about shirts where there's a logo on the left breast. I'm a big fan.
There you go. See, there you go. You guys are a smart bunch. You guys are a real smart bunch. That's why we're
Aren't we?
partnering up with you.
That's
Aren't we?
That's what they tell us.
That's what they tell us.
Thank you.
Yes, this is awesome. We
It's
appreciate
rules.
it.
Absolutely,
very
fellas.
much.
And thank you, boys, for being such a great supporter of us and for working with us. And
Absolutely.
Always.
Well, it was only because I kept screwing up the sponsor. You guys
Uh-huh.
sponsored us in the first place.
well, hey, if it wasn't for that serendipitous moment on
Yep.
the YouTube stream where you're
Yep.
just hanging out, never would have been here.
That's
right.
true.
There you know. It's funny how things work out sometimes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Juan Claude writes, "You boys like Mexico? Yeah, you do kind of have the mustache, like what's his name from Super Troopers with that look. I like it."
No, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I've been working on it for a while. That's how I knew when I married my wife, and I asked her before the wedding. I was like, "So she mentioned you wanted me clean shaven." I asked. I waited on it for a couple days, and I said, "So when you said clean shaven, did you mean the mustache?" And she said, "Oh no, absolutely not." So I was like,
Good.
There was all. I knew I picked the right one there. So,
That's good.
but for
She's always wanted to date a porn star.
for those of you on the stream, there you can get that face. That's my profile. Just like that. So now you know who's talking when Pesky Blue's in the stream.
There he is.
Awesome.
Pesky Blues
Thank
right
you,
there.
Pesky
Yeah.
Blues.
Thank
Thank
you, boys.
you.
Thanks
Thank you
for
very
being
much.
here.
Yeah, Liquid Trucking.
Let's go.
The Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
And remember, they transport liquid. Their trucks aren't made out of water or liquid.
Good job, Nick. Thank
They
you for
transport
reminding
it.
people. Good job, Nick. Good job by you.
I saw a liquid trucking truck on my way to Milwaukee a few weeks
I
ago.
saw one recently as well.
I see him all the time. I drive the interstate. I see him every.
I was
day.
on the
I'm on the interstate right now.
Yeah. And I'm like, that's a liquid trucking truck.
By the way, Severe texts in. By the way, shout out to Michael. Apparently, he's in a new political ad. Very exciting. Have you seen Michael's shirt? People are asking. But he also
Oh, is
said-
he wearing the Saints gear
No,
in the
sadly,
political
no.
ad too?
No,
He
was
should've.
wearing a polo, I think.
Oh.
But I got a text from him. Thank you for explaining that. He's talking about the blow through. I always wondered. There you go. Tell your friends. It would
Yeah, it
be
was to
nice
celebrate the
to have a
blow
blow
through the top of the hour.
Yep. Yep.
That's all it is.
Yep.
Sometimes you have to explain the bits. Well, we got a lot of new listeners out in central Nebraska, and they probably don't understand.
And you know what? We also have a lot of new listeners as football season returns or returning listeners. There's, when football is back, John, there's what I call the football only listeners it's a very specific name, but they
call these people losers.
No, I call them, I just wish they would stick around, but they're
Yeah.
smart.
Well, that's
because
why there's losers.
Hang out all
They
year.
need to be winners.
But it's nice to have them back. But for
Yes,
some of
it
them,
is. It is
maybe
nice
they
to have
don't
them
know.
back.
Mustache Adam, Michael's second most infamous video. Yeah, what's a more famous video for Michael? The Scott Frost was bad at his job and lazy, or a Dan Osborne, or is it Osborne? I don't know how his.
No, he
I
says
think it's
Osborne.
Osborne.
He says Osborne.
A Dan Osborne political ad.
Which one made people the most angry?
I mean, this one's early. This one just got posted today. The one, this one was posted at 3:26. So there's still lots of time for people to freak out. The Scott Frost video, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
My God.
I remember that.
It dropped during our show, and people were like, "Why aren't you talking about this? Why aren't you talking?"
Turned
about
into a meme.
Well, sometimes we don't see it.
Have you seen Michael's video? Have you
Sometimes we
seen-
don't see it.
Well, in the case of that one, we didn't talk about it because it was on a rival YouTube channel, I believe.
Oh.
Have you seen
Oh, yeah.
Michael's video?
I see that.
What a sentence.
We got predictions coming up in our next segment. Jack Mitchell will join us for the bottom of the hour, our Super Friends Roundtable.
Yeah.
The guys over at Football Scoop,
what are they up
we're
to?
talking about the teams that expect to be in the playoffs this year.
Yes.
How many of them are out there? And he came up with 18.
How many teams will be disappointed if they don't make the college football playoff?
Correct.
So
Correct. So their expectations are they're going to be in the playoffs.
And I love how the writer of this story, by the way, was Zach Barnett. I loved how it was like in tiers. And so like the first one, everyone's doing power ranking with tiers. I think they stole this bit from the morning show.
I think they did too.
But the first tier was 5-alarm fire, which I thought was awesome because, and so like Notre Dame, Oregon, Texas, Ohio State lead it off, where it is the true, if they don't make the playoff, something went horrifically wrong, and there might have to be a conversation to be had about a variety of these programs.
The 5-alarm fires.
There was, I think, was it 7 of them? Yes, 7 teams.
7 teams who are like, if they don't make the playoff, it's a 5-alarm fire.
Yeah, the 4 I mentioned, Notre Dame, Oregon, Texas, and Ohio State, and then Miami, which makes sense given the conference they're in, the defending national champs, the Indiana Hoosiers, and Georgia.
Could I make the argument that Indiana should not be in this list? And it's because yes, I know the expectations change the minute you start winning. The minute you achieve a certain level of success, that becomes the new expectation.
Yeah.
But this was so out of left field. This was so out of the norm for a program like Indiana to win a national football championship that I'm not saying they don't deserve to be in the 18 or however many teams.
For sure.
But I don't think it would be a 5-alarm fire if they didn't make it. I mean, if they were to take a step back and go 9-3, which some people here might be predicting, and that might not get them a playoff spot. I don't know if people will be ready to burn things down.
I couldn't agree more. I was going to propose the same thing to you. I cannot imagine that their fan base would be 5-alarm fire. They'd be like bummed, certainly. I think this team will make the playoff. Their expectation is for them to make the playoff. I feel like there's just so much gravy. Like everything is gravy at this moment in time, right? Yeah. So I'm with you on that one. By the way, there was a comment from Mavs guy. Alabama isn't in the top 2 tiers. We'll get to that.
No, they're not.
I want to respond real quick to D'Lo. He says, who are the 3 teams beating Indiana? Again, that's not the conversation you and I are having. The conversation you and I are having is 5-alarm fire. I don't think, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe their fan base has gone 0 to 60 that quickly. I just think that they'd be like, it sucks, certainly, but they have a title.
They have a title. They have something that no Indiana fan ever thought they would get ever.
Yeah.
That's not to say that the expectations haven't raised. They
obviously have.
They absolutely have. But if this year they were 9-3 and didn't make the playoff, I don't think it wouldn't be as disappointing as if Georgia didn't make the playoff. It wouldn't be as disappointing as if Ohio State didn't make the playoff. It wouldn't be as disappointing as Texas or Notre Dame or Oregon.
Yeah.
They would be in the next category, the step back.
And this is titled a definite
step back, of which there's Ole Miss, Oklahoma, and Texas A&M.
And Texas Tech.
Oh, and Texas Tech. Sorry.
I think that is a good list. And in particular, I think I might almost remove Tech from the conversation. They're in like a weird different tier for me at this
You know
moment in time.
You know what I would do? I almost would put Texas Tech where Indiana is.
5-alarm fire.
Yes.
Because of how much money they spend.
Because it's different there.
And all the crap that they've
that they've dished out and taken.
Yeah.
All the stuff that's happened in the offseason with Sorsby and with people just targeting them. And as much as they poured into this, they're in a spot where now they're all in.
Couldn't agree more.
They are all in to try to win a national championship. So I would argue that Texas Tech belongs in the first tier because they're selling out. They are selling out to win a title.
And all the stuff that they went through. Yeah, I'm with you. I think the other 3 are excellent examples of this kind of tier, though. Ole Miss, Oklahoma, and Texas A&M. I think their fan bases would be frustrated. I bet Oklahoma's and A&M's would be in particular really frustrated. Ole Miss, I think, is going to be just kind of a weird gamut of emotions after everything that's happened there. But I think that I think that they belong in that. I'm with you on Tech. So I want to read another comment before we get to Bama from Mavs guy. I guarantee Bama is closer to 5-alarm fire than in Tier 3 or below. Can't imagine they're full of patience. And so they are in their own tier entirely, and that is titled an existential crisis. And
that's a good one.
I think that actually is better than 5-alarm fire because I think that it would cause that program to really look at themselves like, oh no, what are we going to do? And I think that we know the answer, and that's sorry, Kalen DeBoer, you might be on the outs.
Right.
But I think, how about some of these stats? Kalen DeBoer, if they miss the playoff, would fall to 1 for 3 in making the 12-team bracket after who went 8 for 10 making a 4-teamer and 3 for 7 in making a 2-team bracket.
I would agree.
Yes.
I would agree. And I get it, and 9-game schedule and everything that's been, that the SEC teams are going to have this year that they haven't had before. I personally would practice more patience with a Kalen DeBoer if they didn't make the playoff, given the schedule that they have. But I'm not in Alabama.
Yes.
I'm not in a decision-making position.
But again,
but
they're not going to be doing that.
But from the outside looking in, I think it would be way premature. But also, it's those kind of snap decisions, and it's that kind of expectation
that makes Bama
that has made Bama not for the last 20 years, for the last 60 years.
Yeah.
Since Bear Bryant put Alabama where they were in the early 60s, this has been the expectation at Alabama. So this is going back decades, not 1 decade or 2 decades. This is going back 6 decades. It's different there. I mean, it is very different there. Whatever expectations we had here in Nebraska, and I'm talking, let's go back to the Bo Pelini era. You can take that times 20.
Because they will move
at
on
Alabama.
that fast.
Because they will move on that fast. They expect to be in contention for titles. They don't expect to be playing for titles. They expect to be winning titles.
And the other thing,
that's
too,
a different ballgame.
We talk about Lane Kiffin and how he was not a good fit for LSU. That's one of the things that they'll talk about, that he's just not a good fit for Alabama, let alone the wins and losses on the field.
And then the next tier was missed opportunity, of which LSU, BYU, and USC. I get LSU and BYU, but USC's kind of in a unique spot because they, too, if they don't make a playoff,
they might move on from their coach.
They may move on from Lincoln Riley. And USC is kind of a poor man's Alabama.
Yeah.
I mean, USC has been a program. Again, this is pre-Pete Carroll. This is going back to oh my God, his name escaped. I keep wanting to say John Wooden.
Smith?
No.
Smith?
No.
Pat, not Pat.
Oh my God.
Charles?
Why can't I remember his name? Anyway, going back to the 60s and 70s. John McKay. So they're going back as far. And it's been a long time for USC. You got to go back to the Pete Carroll days in the mid-2000s, the last time they were really in the running. They brought Lincoln Riley in. Remember how earth-shaking that move was, that they just came in and they swooped and they stole Oklahoma's coach in the middle of the night and moved him out because they were expecting to be here. They haven't gotten there yet. So I would say, honestly, I would put LSU and Alabama in the same tier. It would be like an existential crisis.
You think LSU belongs?
Oh, not LSU. I'm sorry, Alabama.
USC.
Alabama and USC. I would put kind of in a similar tier.
I would agree. I think that
because of the desperation that those programs are feeling right now.
I think heads would roll. I think Lincoln Riley he might try to beat the posse out of town unless he gets fired himself. I think LSU and BYU fit that category for different reasons. LSU, it's year one, though. It's going to be fine. BYU, there'd probably be this frustration of, man, after all that drama from Tech and you couldn't make the playoff, that would be hard to swallow. And then the last one is it's not a backbreaker, but still disappointing. And this is essentially, it's no Big Ten or SEC schools. It's SMU, it's Louisville, and it's Utah. And so for those, it's like, oh, man, you couldn't take advantage of maybe your conference feeling a little bit more wide open. You couldn't get a second bid in your league, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't feel like Utah is in this conversation.
Yeah, I don't know what the feeling is there with Morgan Scalley as their coach. Like they've been
a first-year guy who has never been a head coach before. I mean, that's I know they like, they like the pieces that they have coming back, and it is a good program and has been a good program. But it's never felt like a program that's been on the cusp of playing for a national championship, at least to me.
Yeah, they had some good teams in the BCS era, but they were a group of 5 or they were a non-BCS school.
Right.
And you're right. Like, they've been good, but they haven't been like that close over the last handful of years. Fun list, though.
Yes, really good list. When we come back, we'll do some predictions, and then at the bottom of the hour, we'll welcome in Jack Mitchell for the Super Friends Roundtable. It is a 1 Cutwater Friday. This lemon drop martini is pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
It's very hot. And if you want to join us and send us a pic of what you're drinking, use the hashtag OneBeerFriday, and we will be happy to share that with you on our Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. And we'll be back to the Phoenix as we are wrapping up the after party for 1620 the golf tournament here on 1620 the Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
God, it's been a while since we've heard that music.
Oh, yeah.
We're down to the last. Well, I guess we need to determine, do we start the next round next week or do we wait till week 1?
Let's wait till week 1.
All right. So there's
Wait
2
till week
weeks
1.
left of this round of predictions. The champ is here. That's me. Nick is now in last place. By a
Buddy's in
game.
last place.
But a game. But
Yep.
just a game.
Yep. Oh, yeah. There you go, Nick. Say it again.
I'm barely in last
Yeah.
place.
Barely only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades.
And nukes.
And nukes.
Let's get to the predictions this week. We got some NFL preseason, starting with the Ravens at the Vikings. I'm taking the home team.
You know, the Ravens used to be good in the preseason, but John Harbaugh's gone. Give me Minnesota.
I will also take the Vikings.
Wow, how boring is that?
All right.
The Eagles are at the Patriots. The Eagles are favored by 2.5.
The wrong team is favored. Give me A.J. Brown and the Patriots.
A.J. Brown's not playing, and I will still take the Patriots.
I'm going to take the Eagles.
Okay.
All right. Big series this weekend between division leaders, the formerly Milwaukee Braves, playing the currently Milwaukee Brewers in a best of 3.
This is a huge series, John.
They're
Nick?
division leaders.
Give me the Brewers.
In how many games?
2.
Oh, okay. I'll go Brewers 2-1 as well. I speak Nick, thankfully, John. He's Texas.
You're the one who said in how many games?
How many games? You can't win it in 2. You have to win the series 2-1 in 3 games.
Screw it. I'll wish cast.
All right.
Braves
If you
2-1.
win 2 of the 3, you still won the series in 2 games.
All right.
Now, tonight's game is an epic pitching matchup. You got Jacob Mizorowski, the Miz,
that
pitching
guy's
for
awesome.
the Brewers.
I like that guy.
And you have Chris Sale pitching for
Sale.
the Braves. The total in tonight's game is 6.
Wait, you said the Miz? I thought he doesn't wrestle anymore.
Sale.
Wow.
Under. Push. I change it to a push.
I'm going to go over.
Oh.
I think someone gets some runs tonight.
I'll go undies.
Nice.
All right, so we got one of each.
All over the board.
Battle for wild card positioning. The Cardinals are still in the race. The Phillies are currently a member of the wild card trio. Cardinals at the Phillies this weekend.
The Phillies get it instead of the Eagles. Phillies in a sweep.
Nice. I'll do Phillies in 2.
No, that's impossible, Nick.
I will also do the Phillies 2-1. The Toronto Blue Jays are at the New York Yankees. Best of 3. Give me the Yankees in a sweep.
I'll go Yankees 2-1.
I will also take the Yankees in a sweep.
Well, you have to. You're contractually obliged as a Yankee fan.
Yeah, I think you're going to get shocked.
Well, that's why you're a giant 49ers fan, yeah?
Will Pete Crow Armstrong homer this weekend? The Cubs are at the lowly Mariners.
They do suck, so yes.
Absolutely.
Wow, it's a sweep.
Sorry.
Yeah,
it was up on one of the TVs earlier, but the BMW Championship.
Is Max Verstappen racing in this one too?
No, this is golf, Nick.
Oh.
Currently, Wyndham Hotels Clark, nice hotel. I just stayed there last week. Leading Gary Woodland, J.J. Spahn.
We're just picking, and so whomever we pick that finishes best, that's the winner?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to go with Colin Morikawa, who is currently at 7 under.
Wow, that's very weeb of you.
Nick?
I'll take Michael Thorbjorn.
Nice. By the way, Colin's from America, John. His flag's right there. I see it. Who you picking?
Screw it. I'll take Wyndham Hotels.
All righty. Hey, Stibbs wrote, hate you guys. Heart.
Hey, Stibbs, are the Mariners dead?
UFC. We have Gage Young versus Stanley Dorsal Finn.
No, I think it's Dorson
Fins
Bill.
up.
No, it's Bill, I think.
But the fact that we have an MMA fighter's name is Stanley.
Yeah, that's pretty boring. I stand with Stibbs, and I abstain from the UFC.
Gage Young, I guess. That
Boring.
Sounds like a car.
I'll go with dorsal fin.
Okay.
Uh,
no link for the F1 race. I don't know who's
well,
racing
that's because they don't give you odds because they haven't qualified yet or something.
Nick, who's going to win?
Probably Max, but I'm going to pick Lewis.
Max.
Yeah, I'm going to go Max as well. That's always the safe
I
pick.
mean, honestly, as long as you know two
You would
racers.
think it's always the safe pick, John, but did you know he hasn't actually won a race yet this season?
John, you have the Premier League on here. The season starts. Let's go.
Everton versus Crystal Palace.
Everton sucks these days. Give me the Crystal Palace.
Crystal Palace sounds like the type of place Walter White would have hung out at.
Oh, yeah, Nick.
I'll take them.
Oh, hell yeah, Nick.
Oh, fine. It's a sweep.
All right.
We got Ipswich Town versus Sunderland. It sounds like a place where you go to buy mattresses. I'm going to go and they got a mattress sale at Sunderland.
Meanwhile, Ipswich Town sounds like a sandwich shop in Lincoln. I'm going to go with a draw. Nick?
Sunderland.
Okie dokie.
I'll also go with a tie.
Okay.
But we all know that's the inferior. That's the crap soccer.
Yep.
The real soccer is played in Spain. And it's called
Way back. It might be. It could be. And La Liga.
That's Spanish for the Liga.
La Liga. We got Athletic Rocky Balboa against Cadillac Seville in La Liga.
You know, Rocky came up in the show earlier, so I'm going to go with Bilbo Baggins and Athletic Bilbao.
I just held little baby Sindelar, whose name is Apollo. And Apollo was beaten eventually in Rocky 2 by Rocky. So
Yeah.
I'll go with Athletic Rocky Balboa.
Nick?
I'm obviously picking Bilbo, John. Don't be ridiculous.
Bilbo Baggins. Shire.
IndyCar.
Oh.
It's the President T250.
Oh, I abstained from this too.
Ugh.
No, I'll pick somebody. Let's see. I'm going with Kyle. Don't call me Kirkwood.
Can I pick who's going to lose instead?
No, you have to
America.
Can we do DFL,
The
John?
country.
Can we do DFL?
Anybody who's trying to watch a race and instead they see a boring
All right.
ass parade.
We only have like a minute to go, guys.
Uh,
We can't argue
Pul-
about politics right now.
Palau.
And who did you pick?
I
Josh?
picked Kirkwood.
And the Dollar Tree 301, that's at New Hampshire. Our good friend Dale Jarrett
Yeah, who did he? Oh, he said Chris Bell.
said take Christopher
I
Bell,
can't-
so
I
I'm going to take Christopher Bell.
All right, I'll go with someone different just to be different. Blaney.
I'm not going to argue with Dale Jarrett. That's ridiculous.
I'm going to look like an idiot now.
All right, there you go. That is predictions.
Look at
Coming
that.
up next.
Time to spare. Good job by us.
Coming up next, Jack Mitchell's going to join us. We'll talk some different Husker topics and whatever other nonsense that we come up with. And again, thanks to everyone here at the Phoenix. They have been tremendous hosting us here for our first 1620 the golf tournament after party. Also, thanks to Quality Brands and Cutwater and the T-Box. They were our presenting sponsors this year for 1620 the golf tournament. And don't worry, this will be back next year. For those of you who missed out, we're going to get you in next year, and hopefully we sell this sucker out.
Let's do it, John.
Coming up next, Jack Mitchell joins us in the Super Friends Roundtable on 1620 The Zone.
One segment, let's go, baby.
Super Friends Roundtable on 1620 The Zone and KLIN, 1400 KLIN in Lincoln. And I never remember the doggone FM frequency because I'm jealous.
99.3, John. It's
Well,
99.3.
we don't. Well, we have one in Grand Island. It's 97.7
The Zone.
Jack Mitchell, what's up, my man?
Hi, Jack.
99.3. I got my mic on. 99.3 is the number. FM right there. Yep. Right there on my mic flag. You can see it, John, if you forget again. Okay. You're watching on video.
It's so tiny. I can't see it. It's so tiny.
Jack, I don't
glasses.
spy on anyone's phones.
I do need glasses.
I don't mean to spy on anyone's phone usage, but John opened his phone next to me earlier, and the size of the text messages, whoa.
It was pretty big.
Whoa, he has moved. You need the glasses.
You've not done the reading glasses, have you? Do you have reading glasses?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
He doesn't like wearing them.
Okay. I didn't know you did. I never seen you bust those out yet.
I occasionally use them at basketball games, if I can't see certain things. Yeah, they're right here. Yeah, I got my glasses. I have my glasses. I feel like that episode of Brady, but I have my glasses. Yeah, right there.
There you
See?
go. Isn't he a handsome
Wait.
man with those glasses?
Oh my
Jack?
God, I can't see.
Are those women's reading? Are those just like women's regular glasses?
No, they're not women's glasses, you ding dong. They're totally normal.
Men's glasses. Find a new
Very
slant.
manly glasses. Look at my hands. Look at how big they are.
By the way, that was revenge. I've had that in my heart for 16 years, 17 years.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
There is a famous video on YouTube where you accused me of wearing women's sunglasses, and my son thought it was the funniest thing he had ever heard in his life, and he references it all of the time now. And then he said the word.
The time when you guys went to the basketball game? Is that what it was, Jack?
I wish I could pull up the clip because I put on my sunglasses and John says, "Are those women's sunglasses?" And my son Johnny said he thought that was hilarious, and then he pointed at me and he looked at me and he pointed at me and he said, "You're a woman's," and it was really a proud moment as a father. So
I forgot about that.
you think I forget, but there it is. It all comes back to bite you 17 years later.
You got a memory like an elephant.
Nice.
No doubt about it. So I saw this today on I don't think it was CBS, but some of the guys who were participating, this is the time of year where we're all making our picks for overs and unders, and they were making their Big Ten picks for overs and unders, and all four of the CBS experts picked Nebraska to go under.
Oh, wow.
The 6.5, which famously, remember, it was 5.5.
It was.
When the line first opened, it was 5.5, and it immediately got bet up to 6.5, where it has been ever since. And my question is this, and listen, we're all, can be prisoners of the moment. The optimism and the hype right before a season starts is never better than right before the season starts. But does this year, how hard do you have to squint for this year to be one of those years where a lot of people are like, man, I didn't see that coming out of Nebraska football?
Not that much, because I just, and it's a feel though. It's not for me, it's a gut feeling, and you should all trust my gut feelings. It's a very reasonable thing to put all of your expectations, hopes, predictions on is my gut feeling. But I can only say what I feel. Okay. And it's just something about how quiet and weird it is. And there was always a part of me that thought, this is when this finally turns around, when this all happens, it's going to be when nobody expects it. And I especially kind of felt that after the basketball season last year. And so would I blame anyone for saying that's stupid, Jack? I'm not following your feeling. That wasn't really even an argument. And it's not. But you're asking me, do I have to squint that hard? No, I just kind of got a weird feeling, not based on any football thing. Well, there are some football things that are behind it. And then the other one is, like, I mean, they should go 3-0. They definitely should go at least 4-1, right? And so, like, that takes off. I shouldn't say they should definitely. They could easily go 3-2, but I think it's likely they go 4-1 or better, given that they got 3 non-con games at home, and then at Michigan State, at Maryland. Like, I feel like it's you get one of those and it's an okay, like it's just sort of average, but so you knock out a bunch of it by then.
We have talked so much about the schedule and how the schedule is, it's easy on the front end, it's ridiculously tough on the back end. And we were talking about this earlier, because earlier on our show we were joined by Tim May, who covers Ohio State, is our 25 teams and 25 Grums preview. And there are 2 games on the Nebraska schedule that are advantageous for Nebraska in where they happen and when they happen. And one of them is Indiana, and one of them is Ohio State. Indiana, just like Nebraska, isn't really going to be tested that severely in the first 5 games of the season. And then they go on the road. They actually have to leave home, and they go away for the first time and come to Lincoln. And that crowd's going to be hot, especially if Nebraska's 4-0. Or 5-0.
Yeah.
If they're 5-0, that crowd's going to be hopping. So there's an opportunity there, right? And then you look at Ohio State. That's the week before the Michigan game. And those week before games, when you're playing a bitter rival, those can be trap games. I can remember a few occasions. I think there was one year Ohio State was playing at Rutgers and should have lost that game, and I think they ended up beating them in overtime. That was before the Michigan game. Those trap games can sometimes happen. This year, that game is in Lincoln. And I'm not saying Nebraska is necessarily going to win those games. But if there is an opening to one of those, Nebraska's better than we thought. Those are 2 opportunities right there, given where the games are played, Lincoln, and given when the games are played and where they are placed on the schedule. And it would not shock me if Nebraska won one of those 2 games.
Let me ask you guys this. If you're with that set, that would be amazing. That would it feels like that would make the season if that would happen. The record hardly matters to something, whether you're talking about 5, 6, or 7 wins. Just that honestly feels bigger than the win number, because that's the biggest bugaboo, is just getting a big win against a ranked team, especially, top 25 team at all, right? But especially one that would be presumably in the top 5 to 10 when they actually played them. But let me ask you this. I assume you guys, Josh, I assume in particular, is on the lower side of 6 wins in his prediction. But what if let me ask you, though, because it's far from some kind of a really run a tough gauntlet situation. What if Nebraska's 5-0 going into Indiana? Okay, does that change? What if we assumed that for a moment? Does that change how you feel about the season and what you're projecting right now, or not?
It would change how I'm feeling, Jack, mainly because I think they're going to get to 5 wins total on the year. So that would mean they are already off to they've reached the max number for me. But more importantly, Jack, it would mean that they go 2-0 against Maryland and Michigan State. And not to turn your question into a question for you, but John and I have spent some time this week talking out a variety of ways for the season to be good without the program reaching, let's say, 8 wins.
8 wins.
Which I think everyone would agree is a great year. And one of the things, Jack, that I put on the checklist, and these are not things that I think will happen, more things that if they did happen, and if you can check off multiple boxes, then you're really cooking and you're feeling pretty good.
And because the motivation behind this was, there's a chance Nebraska has the exact same record as last year, And a lot of people will just look at the record and say, well, they weren't any better.
But could they do something then if that's the case, where
Right.
you're like going into the offseason feeling better? For example, I mean, if you beat Ohio State or Indiana, Jack, like you just mentioned, you're probably saying the season was a success if they're 7-5. But I want to use this conversation to mention what I was talking about, and that is one of the things that I wanted on the checklist was go 4-0 against Maryland, Michigan State, Illinois, and Rutgers. Because that would mean beating teams, quote unquote, in your neighborhood and not losing to them. Because like last year, the teams in their neighborhood, they lost to, we'd probably say one of them, right?
Well, Minnesota for sure.
Minnesota would be the one. The year before that, they lost to multiple teams, quote unquote, in their neighborhood.
Well, and honestly,
Illinois, but UCLA in particular was just a nasty loss.
I know they had a down year, but Penn State. Penn State was a 500 team.
And so, like, Jack, one of the things to answer ultimately is a long-winded way of answering your question. But if they were able to do that, that is progress for me, barring what happens next. But it would be progress because it is finally doing that mythical offseason. There's the long runway for blank, and they actually did it. I mean, in a month and a half, 2 months going into Indiana, we'd be having an entirely different conversation.
Yeah. I mean, people are talking about over-optimism now. Can you imagine what it would be like then? If they got to that 5-0 and then that game and then they're ranked and I mean it'd feel kind of like that Ohio State situation.
Night game, it'd be crazy if that happened.
Yeah.
By the way, our checklist includes, these are 6 different items that if you can check multiple boxes, you could say it was a successful year, or there's progress being made, or they were a better team than last year, even if the record is 6-6 or 7-5.
Yeah.
The first one was beat a ranked team or win as an underdog. Under Matt Rule, Nebraska is 2-14 as an underdog outright. They've only beaten 2 teams as an underdog. The next one was put a scare into 2 out of these 3. Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana. Not necessarily beat them, but put a scare into them. And the reason I made it 2 out of 3, because we've seen it before.
They put a scare in Ohio State.
They put a scare in Ohio State a couple of times. But if they did it, because in those games, right now, they're going to be at least a 2-touchdown underdog to Indiana. They're going to be a 3 or more touchdown underdog to Oregon, and probably a 3 or more touchdown underdog to Ohio State if everything remains equal. If Nebraska's playing into the fourth quarter in those games, a.k.a. put a scare into them, I think that's a sign that they've made some progress. The next one on the list, 2 wins in November. Nebraska's only had 2 Novembers in the last 10 years where they've won 2 games. And those November games are Illinois, Rutgers, Ohio State, Iowa. Even if they just won the Illinois and Rutgers games, those are road games. So that'd be a success. Forget about the other 2. I think that would be a success. Josh mentioned the 4-0 versus Maryland, Michigan State, Illinois, Rutgers. Beat Iowa is its own check mark.
Mm-hmm.
And then our friend Chris said retain and sign the recruiting class. So if the year is positive enough where you're keeping the Trey Taylors, that would be a check mark as well. I had someone suggest this, and I want you to first, Jack, you can certainly talk about the others on the list, but then there was Al in Minneapolis, and he said, what if we had a 7th check mark, and that was that Nebraska enthusiastically runs it back with Calandria in 2027.
Oh, that's interesting.
So in other words, the year is good enough, or Calandria is good enough, where you're like, you definitely want him back, and Trey Taylor can ride the bench for a year of seasoning. What would you think of that?
In terms because the whole premise of this thing was like you feel good after the season is over then.
Yeah,
right. Like
even if they go 7-5,
I don't know. Like just the Trey Taylor of it all. I mean, I could certainly see a scenario where the season went well, but there's still this whole question about what they want to do at quarterback next year. I think that could be the case, right? When you're bringing in Trey Taylor.
It could, but what if, for argument's sake, because Calandria is he's 5'10", right? He's probably not going to get drafted.
Correct.
And if he wants to come back for a 5th year, and he plays well enough where Nebraska's like, sure, we'll take you for another year, that would seem to indicate he had a pretty good year. And and that might be a sign that there was some progress made, because I think there are a lot of people that, I mean, they're wishing that Calandre has a good year, but there's a lot of folks that are like, yeah, but can he really do it against this competition? Will he be a turnover machine? We've heard all the, the antis or the drawbacks of Calandria. But if he comes out and he really shows up and shows that he belongs in the Big Ten Conference, I would think that would be a good sign for Nebraska if they could get him back for another year, because you would assume he would be even better the next year.
Yeah, it just feels like it's sort of cumulative on the other stuff. But yeah, it would certainly be a good thing. It's interesting when I looked at that list, though. Man, the scenario that somehow seems, I don't know if it's most possible, maybe most possible. And again, none of these have happened for a long time, so I'm still saying that. I know we've got people in the comments getting worried. Things are getting too positive. They're worried. Somebody's typing that while Josh is saying they're going to win 5 wins, which is hilarious. Like, here we go again. Well, are you listening while you're typing? I mean, geez. Anyway, but
which one's most likely?
I almost think the Maryland, Michigan, Illinois, Rutgers is. And I also think that's almost the most important one. Like, isn't that, am I crazy in saying
that's more important than beating a ranked team
or Iowa? Because that is the fun question about this, is like, when the season is over,
man, that's 4
you know
games,
that they're 7-5 and in that neighborhood. And you're like, what would make me feel the best about things moving forward? I bet a lot of people would actually say the ranked win thing.
I guess for mine, to argue against myself, Josh, so like compare it to beating Iowa, okay? Yeah. If they still go 4-0 against Maryland, Michigan State, Illinois, Rutgers, but lose to Iowa, is it going to feel like the last 2 seasons? Or would beating those 4 teams have enough of an impact for it not to? Probably depends a little.
I would like to think that it would, and I know it, because I don't know if a lot of people have thought about it in these terms, but this has been an issue with Nebraska, is consistently beating teams in its neighborhood. You know, they've lost the Minnesota game's a classic example, but there's been so many of them. I think it would truly measure progress if they could do that. Because there's a chance Illinois could erase 2 boxes. Illinois could be ranked.
Well, Illinois,
by the time they play that game.
And so I'm going to present Illinois, and then I'm just going to argue against this just a tiny bit, just to present a scenario. But Illinois would check off 2 boxes, and Rutgers, because it would mean going 4-0, but also would mean 2 wins in November.
It would mean 2 wins in November.
So here's why Jack would wonder if the vibes would still be a little bit sour. So here's what happens. They start 5-0 because it means they beat Maryland and Michigan State.
Yeah.
Then they would lose presumably 3 games in a row before winning 2 games in a row. They're 7-3, but then they lose to Ohio State and lose to Iowa. And that's why Jack, whenever I think about this question, and I've loved talking about it with John this week, I get to a point where I wonder if actually Iowa might be the most important thing on this list, because finishing the regular season with a win is so freaking important for the mindset of this place. If they started 7-3 and lost 2 in a row to finish, including Iowa again, it would just feel a little deja vu, even if I would agree, if they go 4-0 against that group of teams, that is progress. It's just, man, but you lost to Iowa again, and so you would feel like it's just like the tiniest step. It's the tiniest baby step, but it's not an actual step forward, if that makes sense.
And if that game was in October, it would be a little different, but it just leaves the taste in the mouth for the offseason.
Bingo.
And I mean, I think your argument has some merit too, because I think that the result of that game has more of an impact on how you feel about the season in January. Assuming it's in the win range of 5 to 7 wins, let's say. If it's in the range of 5 to 7 wins, I think the Iowa game is worth more than 1 notch up or down on that 5 to 7 wins, probably. And 5 wins, people are going to hate this, but 5 wins because of how the Bulls have changed is more likely to get you a bowl game this year too, by the way.
Why is that? I don't know if I've seen that. Is it
So they took away the APR, the APR ratings, and that's not a thing anymore. The precedence for bowl by the APR ratings, and so now the Bulls they can go to whoever they want, any 5-win team that they want, instead of having to have a pecking order essentially. And they're going to want the Power 5 teams in those bowls, and there will be a handful of Power 5 teams with 5 wins, and you would think if Nebraska wants to, there's in their spots, there's a good chance they'll have an opportunity, and there is usually for a few teams every year now. So it's just, I don't know that'll happen for sure, but it's more likely to happen than in other years. My only point was just to say, like from that 5 to 7 range, I think that's sort of a neighborhood on its own, don't you think? The bowls kind of separate 5 and 6 in most years, but that may not even be a thing this year.
I don't know. When I look at this list, I mean, I think the sheer volume of the 4-0 against those 4 teams probably ranks number 1 for me, and number 2 would be the ranked win, or the win over as an underdog, because Nebraska's been very bad at that, and there's something about beating a ranked team, and there's going to be opportunities for that this year. Nebraska's got this streak that goes back 10 years. Matt Rule has a streak that goes back 10 years because he hasn't beaten a ranked team since he was at Temple.
And you know what, John and Jack, the other thing is that this ranked win conversation has broken contain now. Like, it was a thing that we were noticing, like, oh, they haven't beaten a ranked team in a while. And wow, Matt Rule. But it has now reached this place where all of the graphics, all of the things show up and say, hey, they haven't beat a ranked team in forever. And so that actually happening versus another one of those post-game shows on a Saturday night or game day on a Saturday morning or big noon, whatever it is, say, hey, Nebraska's playing. They're playing Washington this weekend, and oh, look, there's a number next to their name. We know what's going to happen to them. Har, har, har. Like, there is something about how that would be it'd be a nice feather in the cap. Plus, I mean, let's be honest, too. It's beating a good team. It's beating a team that's probably better than you, and they haven't done that in quite some time.
Yeah, there are going to be those there are going to be those big game feels at the beginning of the season. It's just, and there could be a lot of them throughout the season. It's just, how much is the wind taken out of you by the time you're playing Ohio State, or even by the time you're playing Oregon? But I mean, Indiana's going to be that way. And it's because of the 3 of them, Indiana, and again, Indiana's a national champion. I understand that, but still, and I'll be the one who admits to it. I'm probably wrong, but I still feel like I'd rather have Indiana, right? If I had to win one of those 3 games, save my life, I think I'd pick having to do it against Indiana than the other 2.
I would. I would.
You know.
Absolutely.
And they got one with a new quarterback. So, yeah.
That based on the timing and, based on, the place and where it's played, I think that's Nebraska's best opportunity by far. Is winning that game in terms of those big 3. So I don't know. It's I think this year has the potential to and we're all going to be surprised. Something's gonna happen that we didn't see coming. Right,
good or bad.
Good or bad. Something's gonna happen that we did not see coming. So we can sit here and we can hem and haw about. Yeah, but if they go 7-5, but they do this, this, and this. I guarantee you there's going to be something out there. There's an option out there in the universe where Nebraska goes 8-4 and people are still PO'd at the end of the season. There is, or there's that option that you mentioned, Jack, of winning 5, going to a bowl game, and they end up playing, I'm not saying Alabama will be there, but a team like an Alabama and Nebraska runs them off the field, and people are like, wow, this is great. Next year's going to be awesome. So there is an unforeseen thing that's out there that is going to happen, and I can't wait to see what it is.
And if it's not beating Indiana, let's just imagine it in this last minute. Just imagine it. Indiana will be unbeaten. I've looked at their schedule. They're going to be unbeaten. Signetti's amazing. There's no way they're going to lose to Northwestern or Rutgers. They're going to come in unbeaten, probably up in the polls from where they started. And then
top 5.
I mean, I don't even know what it would feel like. I don't even know. I can't imagine. I hope I get to feel it.
Jack,
sometime.
have a
All
great weekend. Next week we talk to you. It'll be week 0.
Finally. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one. There you go.
Bye-bye.
There's Jack Mitchell from KLIN, and that'll wrap up the Grum this week. Again, big thanks to Quality Brands and Cutwater, Langfeld Overhead Door, the T-Box Designed for Broncos and Fernando's, Local 22, IBEW, Local 22, Lindley Clothing, Early Bird, the Phoenix, and the Johnny Rogers Career Technical Scholarship. What a great tournament it was.
What a great day.
What a great day it was. Can't wait to be back with you next week, but a weekend comes first.
Thank you to Jake. Thanks to Joey earlier. Thanks to Nick. Thanks to Odson. Thanks to everybody for coming out.